All right. So may I comment?
Yeah,
I think
please.
you should start now.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, sir. Excellences, Ambassador Anil Trigunayat, Air Marshal Matheswaran, Sri Rajiv Saxena, Professor Sureyya Yigit, who should be joining us anytime now, Professor Pradhan, distinguished audience, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of School of Politics and Diplomacy of the New Vision University, Georgia, and Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this webinar on India-Mongolia relations beyond Greater Central Asia. I also welcome the distinguished speakers of the two sessions who will share important insights into India's relations with Mongolia and Greater Central Asia. Their expertise would facilitate greater understanding of a unique, if I may say, spiritual connect that both our countries share. In the emerging world order, India is destined to play an important role on account of its strategic geographical location. More importantly, adherence to principles of mutual respect as sovereigns, non-alignment, non-aggression, and demonstrated assistance beyond mere compulsions of geopolitics in its external relations puts India on a high moral pedestal. With such eminent scholarship on this stage, I would defer my thoughts on the subject and look forward to learning from them and their immense expertise. I cannot, of course, resist the temptation to add just a few thoughts, being a history buff. I wish to share a few thoughts on Genghis Khan, who Mongolia regards or celebrates as the father of the nation. Genghis Khan was one of the greatest generals and administrators the world has ever had. Though much of the world regards him as a Tatar and annihilator of enemies without compassion, both these perceptions are historically and factually incorrect. Take, for example, the system of paper currency that he introduced. Traders and travelers on the 6,400-mile ancient Silk Route could deposit their silver and gold to offices of the Mongol Empire and carry a paper with the royal seal for the value in money. They can deposit, buy, exchange, trade whenever and wherever they needed without any fear. He introduced actually paper currency to the world. Even though he was illiterate, he collected scholars from all across the known world then and block printed books on sciences, philosophy, and arts. He was the first to publish printed books, and mind you, he distributed them for free to foster knowledge. 200 years after Genghis Khan, Johannes Gutenberg printed books in Europe, and we celebrate Gutenberg as the father of printing. In the military dimension, he organized his troops in formations that are being followed by modern armies even today. The Tumen formation, for example, had 10,000 troops organized in subunits. A Tumen in modern military is known as a division, and it consists of 10,000 troops. He also was instrumental in developing new technologies in agriculture, textile making, and many more such areas by blending the expertise he found across the largest empire ever known to man. He defeated the northern and southern Sung dynasties to create a unified territory that we call China today. Many of the present-day nations evolved as provinces under Genghis Khan and his sons. The political geography of Central Asia and Inner Asia, in a way, is the legacy of Genghis. It was a delightful moment, therefore, when Professor Yigit proposed this webinar, and I'm personally grateful to him. It was a greater pleasure when Ambassador Trigunayat, who was the first deputy ambassador to Mongolia, readily consented to grace this webinar. Thank you, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will commence our inaugural session. Let me introduce His Excellency Ambassador Trigunayat and invite him for the special address. Ambassador commenced his journey as a career diplomat in the Indian missions in Ivory Coast, Bangladesh, Mongolia, USA, Russia, Sweden, and Nigeria. He was also India's ambassador to Libya, Jordan, and High Commissioner to Malta. He is the president of Millennial India International Chamber of Commerce, Industry and Agriculture, and a member of the International Advisory Council of the Confederation of Indian Industries. He is a distinguished fellow and head of the West Asia Experts Group at the Vivekananda International Foundation. He is also the member of the Governing Council of Raisina House and Usasna's Foundation and India-Japan Foundation. He is a visiting fellow and advisor at the Asian Institute of Diplomacy and International Affairs and Nepal Institute for International Cooperation and Engagement. He is also an advisor of the BRICS Chamber of Commerce and Asia-Africa Chamber of Commerce, as well as honorary member of the International Trade Council at Brussels. He is an advisor at the National Cooperative Development Corporation and co-president of the Uni Disaster Management and Rural Development, which is an NGO. Member of the IMA, and he is also a member of the Oxford Cambridge Society of India. He is an advisor of Peaceful Minds Foundation, as well as Confederation of Education Excellence at New Delhi. As a peace ambassador, he is closely associated with the interfaith dialogue, peace and harmony efforts in the society, especially through the Unity Dialogue and World Congress of Religions, Kazakhstan. He is a prolific writer and commentator on foreign and economic policy, education, and interfaith dialogue related issues, West Asia, Africa, and Russia, and managing India's interests in conflict zones are his special areas of interest. He is a postgraduate in physics, studied Russian history, culture, and language at JNU, and as a visiting fellow researched on WTO and regional trading blocs at Oxford University. It's my privilege to invite Ambassador Trigunayat to deliver his special address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivasan, for that very kind but rather longish introduction. I am among friends. Well, Sanbainu to our Mongolian friends, Namaste, and very good morning to each one of you. Hope you all are keeping very well. I'm indeed most grateful to my friend Dr. Srinivasan, who is editor-in-chief of this electronic journal of social and strategic studies, India, and the co-host of this conference, Professor Sureyya Yigit of the New Vision University, Georgia, and Air Marshal Matheswaran, founder-president, Peninsula Foundation, for organizing this very important interaction about a country which I really hold dear to me and where Indians are liked the most in the world. And that is a fact. Reason was and remains historic and religious connect with Buddhism, and Mongolia being an integral part of larger Asia for India. Now, you just spoke about Genghis Khan, and you have to visit Mongolia to see the expanse of the country and how some of the artifacts of that time are still preserved in the Mongolian museums very beautifully. And if you visit Harahurin, you will see a little more of that. Now, he was not only a warrior of his time, but in a way, he was an integrator within the greater Silk Road phenomena, if you come to think of it. He had, of course, enthused scholarship apart from what the most generals do during the wars. But since Georgia is our partner, let me just briefly acknowledge that. And our foreign minister was there in Georgia, became the first foreign minister of India in so many years to visit. And I remember the Georgian ambassador here, who's a very dear friend of mine, often complaining about lack of high-level visits. So I'm very happy that this visit happened. And it is not only a bilateral visit in a certain sense of the term, but it was also a cultural connect, because he basically did give back basically some of the holy relics and artifacts of the 17th century Saint Queen Ketevan of Georgia to the government and the people of Georgia. That is something very important. And I was also surprised when I saw that Ramayana and Mahabharata had really impacted a great deal in Georgia's thinking. And somebody was, in fact, last year, the Georgian embassy had issued a book on those relics, and there was this author, I'm just now forgetting the name, but that book basically used to be a kind of a dowry in every marriage, and that was the most precious kind of a thing. And it has very similar stories as in Ramayana in that area. So we have this Goa Connect. We have the modern Connect. Mahatma Gandhi's statue has been just installed in Tbilisi. And so I think that relationship will go on. And Georgia is on the fulcrum of Europe and Russia in that sense. I would also like to now, for my Mongolian friends, invite to them, and also would like to talk about the new president who has taken over, and His Excellency Mr. Ukhanin Kurulisek, whom I met in Mongolia before when he was in Russia, when he was visiting there. Now, since we have many illustrious speakers and researchers who will analyze nearly every aspect of the dimension of Mongolia's external relations, including with India, its place in West Asia, in the Northern Asia. So I would like to share some of my personal experiences since I was posted there at a time when really the history was being made. Mongolia was within the ambit of the Soviet Union at the time for 70 years. And as you can imagine, in a communist country, the religion was subjugated to play a secondary role. And therefore, what they did was they were allowing only one monastery, Gandan Monastery in Ulaanbaatar, which is only one that was allowed to function during that time, of course, as happens in the communist regimes, exactly in the same manner. But then the history changes, and so did the decimation of the Soviet Union began. And when the disintegration and decimation began, obviously, despite the presence of over 1 million Russian soldiers and others in the region, we saw that the Mongolians rose to a dramatic churn of their political system. They contested for bringing in the democratic system in the country. And the best part was that I used to visit there, -30 to -40 degrees temperature. People were making human chains and standing in the Sukhabatar Square, protesting against the government. And credit goes to the government as well at the time, during that period of the Socialist Party, that which not only abdicated itself, but conducted the elections and even came back into the slightly democratic fold itself. So we saw the non-violent democratic transition from communism to democracy in Mongolia, for which all Mongols need to be complimented. And subsequently, despite the transitional pains, they have done remarkably well now, which I hear. So I was in Bangladesh that time when I heard that a Buddhist monk was being posted as an Indian ambassador to Mongolia. And that really, and I had heard about Mongolia, but about Genghis Khan, about a country which is there in the Pamis and things like that. So many vague stories one had heard about them, but one had not visited there. So I did not know exactly where I was heading to, except that it was a very cold place, it could be a difficult time. But what really enthused me was to see that this old man, 70 plus years, was going as a religious Buddhist monk, Rinpoche Koshak Bakula. So I wanted to have this kind of an experience in my career, which is very rare that you get that political religious figure as your ambassador. And what it was happened. So when I traveled about 36, 34 hours by train from Hong Kong, Beijing, and reached Ulaanbaatar in the afternoon, I met the ambassador. And that was my first interaction with him. And he welcomed me. And then thereafter, he said, "You know how the work is to be done at a bilateral level. I will continue to guide you spiritually and support your efforts in whichever way you would like to cement our ties, which are historic, religious, and are deep rooted." So just at that time, I could not understand what was happening. But then I saw that when I saw in practice what was his presence like, in fact, the US, British embassy used to be next door to us, and we used to meet on the TGIF and all. So they used to say, both the US and the British ambassador told me, India has done a coup in this country. And the reason was that Ambassador Bakula was being seen as a living god by the people. There was a succor that they were waiting for a very long time. And apparently I heard that there was a saying that some ambassador, some Mongolian monk will come and eventually give them the kind of succor that they were looking for. And so it's a very important connect. And he really changed the course of Indo-Mongolian relations, because see, until then, they loved Indians, they respected Indians and India because it was a Buddhist country, but you did not have that kind of a profile where you were oozing out that affection for the people, the guidance for the people, when they were in a very difficult period, when they were almost losing their Buddhist roots, the country, as is happening currently in China, we see that. So he was very much, and he of course had, it is said that he even taught Dalai Lama in Tibet at that time, and he became one of the few Indians who visited Tibet and was taken there by the Chinese Communist Party people there. Of course, we have a historical connect with the country. It is said, of course, it's yet to be proved whether the Kangra kingdoms people had gone there some 4,300 years ago, and they lived there, and then they returned. So, but it's still there. But then what the Prime Minister himself of Mongolia, he wrote that in his short history of Mongolia, the Mongolian forefathers came from backside of Himalaya mountains. Another interesting thing he quoted was Ganga Noor. About the Ganga Noor is like river Ganges. The water from was taken to that lake, and it has become a connect of the Ganges with the Mongolia. So we know all that this is happening. So in a way, I would say nowadays we try to compartmentalize the relationship into certain things. So often it is said that there are 3 Ds that define the relationship. One is democracy, other is dharma, and third is development partnership. Now, the development partnership, I would like to say, is something very interesting I would like to touch upon. India, as you know, has been providing capacity building assistance to about 160 countries in the world. But to Mongolia at that time, we were giving only 2 slots scholarship for training in India. Sometimes they were used, sometimes they were not used. When I went there, I tried to project it because they were going through a transitional phase. The disconnect with the Russians and not liking the Chinese that much continues even till today. So that is the dilemma I'm sure the other great speakers will be touching upon. So I went to our ministry, and since my ambassador was of stature, very big stature, the Ministry of External Affairs decided that we will have an open-ended scholarships to Mongolians for training in India under whatever domain. So ambassador himself tried to work on Buddhist training in various institutes in India in a different context. But on the capacity building for the managerial and other class, we started off, and that is why whatever department you would go to, you would find some people who were trained in India. And today we have a very large constituency of people who know about India, who connect about that. So I have witnessed that kind of an affection for India that has been going on for a very long time. And of course, when the geopolitics or geochurn happens, the third countries, the big countries always play a role. Chinese became very, very active because they are their neighbors. The Russians were trying a withdrawal mode at the time. And the Americans also wanted to take advantage of the situation. So James Baker III visited, and he said that we are the third neighbor of Mongolia. Of course, didn't give them much. I remember after Mongolia, I went to New York as state commissioner, and I traveled to Boston, and I met Professor Jeffrey Sachs. And we were talking about India's economic reforms, because that was the time when India's economic reforms had taken place also. And he started telling me, he said, India is not doing enough, and you guys can't be, you are struggling to even to walk, forget about run, and those kind of words. So I told him, number one, India is not up for grabs. And then I reminded him that your experimentation is not always successful in every country. For example, they had done well in Poland when they advised them, but in Mongolia, they completely flopped. And they had come, and there was one of the Indians in that as well, I remember, who used to often brief me. It was a total disaster of their advice as far as how to manage these scanty financial resources at that time this country used to have in the market system, so they lost tremendously. Of course, today, times have changed. And I have seen that Mongolians used to love India and the Indians, and they considered Ambassador Bakula as the religious icon for them, for everything that they thought is now redemption has come into being. And therefore, every Saturday, Sunday, we used to have a miles-long queue of people, irrespective of the time of temperature or whatever it was. And that applied to the leadership as well. Whenever we wanted to take an appointment with the prime minister or the president or somebody, they generally considered it a great privilege that the Indian ambassador. For me, it was a unique experience in one way, because whatever instructions I used to get from Delhi, and when I would tell the ambassador, of course, with my dear friends from Bangchuk, I found that his way of presenting was sometimes far better and far more productive and focused than even a professional diplomat would do. And so that was something that got us a tremendous political heft, geopolitical heft, I would say, in the country. Whether we approached, whether we utilized it to our advantage or not is a different thing. But at the same time, we have seen what was happening there. And in that one incident, I will quote, and then close. There was a Mr. Gonchik used to be the vice president, and he was a very dear friend. His father died, and he wanted to bring his mother to the chancery and get ambassador's blessings in the evening. So in the evening, during his worshiping time, puja time, prayer time, ambassador used to retire to his room, and there were nobody used to generally disturb him after that. And but this guy, the vice president, landed up in the embassy, and I knew how important these things are from my professional perspective. And so I tried to somehow request his personal help, Mr. Dawaji, to go and try to do that. He said, no, sir. I said, no, please go and try. I persuaded him to do that. An ambassador eventually came, blessed them and everything. And these people, and this was something that Mr. Gonchik is remembered forever and often used to talk about. So this is something, and similarly, when we had many things that we started doing at the time, there were no Indian companies present at the time. So we brought in one company, which was Birla Group company at the time. This was the first country outside of our neighborhood that we had given the line of credit at the time. Today, the lines of credit are over $1 billion, and we know that the refinery we are making, we are into ICT, into a large number of things that we have started working with the Mongolians, whatever they look for. So it has become more strategic today in that sense of the term. But the first day when I came there, that was a very interesting time for me, because I came and I was sitting having lunch with my predecessor. And he said, oh, 4 o'clock, there is a press conference by the trade minister, and he might be talking about the new trade policy. I said, so let's go. He said, oh, nothing much will come out. I said, let's go. We are sitting there doing nothing. Let's just walk in. We were late. The moment we were walking in, I met this gentleman, Mr. P. Ochirbat, who was the trade minister at the time. And after some time, he became the president of the country through the elections. And so it was, again, a very important, very useful thing for us. The ambassador has left an imprint, which is what is driving the relationship even today. That's what we are looking at today. And I think that he has been awarded by the Mongolians the Polar Star, which was the highest there. And I think that this was something I know for a fact was an unintentional posting for a different reason. That is no time to discuss here. But what he has done is amazing. Then at that time, we started having, you have to draft a constitution. So India was a natural choice. So we got Justice Bhagwati to draft the constitution of the country. There are some things, these are some things I'm talking about because they are forgotten when we are in the chase for an economic engagement or being bound down within the contours of geopolitics. And that's the reason I thought that I would like to mention. Today, Mongolia is indeed a great opportunity as we both move towards AI-driven industrial revolution 4.2 in both the countries. There are several opportunities. Many countries are going there. And India is itself going through a big churn. And vaccine diplomacy, we have, you know, that pharmacy, vaccine pharmaceuticals, they are the major area of our collaboration. And I remember that the Mongolian Deputy Prime Minister, when he received the 150,000 doses of the COVID vaccine last February, actually mentioned about this. And he said a very interesting thing, that this is a historic moment because India stands where it is needed the most. So today I would like to say that the unique trust and potential between our two countries can lead us to much greater heights. Much more remains to be done. We have a deep friendship, cooperation, collaboration in bilateral, regional, and global context. We will be listening to about the RIC and Quad controversy, or how the Northern Asia, this thing. I would like to close by expressing my gratitude to the organizers once again, and hope this conference will come out with certain outcomes which can be actionable for the Indian government and for the Mongolian government. Once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador sir. Actually, your talk brings out a very, very important point. I'm sure all the scholars must have taken a note of it. Intricate understanding of the culture of that country and appreciation of the intricacies of their culture is a very important tool in promoting what we today call as soft power. So your talk is a very valuable lesson, and I'm sure all the scholars must have taken note of it. Thank you very much, sir. I will move on to the keynote address now. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege again to welcome a soldier scholar, or scholar soldier, I'll put it that way. Scholar soldier, A. Marshal M. Matheswaran, Ati Visish Seva Medal, Vai Sena Medal, and PhD. A. Marshal Matheswaran was the Deputy Chief of Integrated Defense Staff, where he was responsible for policy, plans, and force structure development of the three services, including the formation of long-term and short-term integrated defense plans. He is an alumni of the National Defense Academy, Defense Services Staff College, and the National Defense College. He began his career as a fighter pilot and later commanded a Jaguar Strike Squadron. He is a fighter combat leader from the prestigious TACD, what we call as TACD, Tactics and Combat Development Establishment, and an experimental test pilot with over 3,200 hours in 40 different types of aircraft. He also commanded the Aircraft Systems and Testing Establishment, which is again a very prestigious assignment in the Indian Air Force and for the country. Those of us who have watched Mumbai terror attacks of 26/11 on TV, it was the Air Marshal who handled the air support for counter-terrorist operations as commander of the headquarters Maritime Air Ops at Mumbai. He was also, earlier, he was Chief Operations Officer of Jamnagar during Op Parakram, which we are all familiar with, and later rose to become Assistant Chief of Air Staff for Operations, that is Space, Information and Electronic Warfare, and he was also the Senior Air Staff Officer in charge of operations in Eastern Air Command, where I had the privilege of serving with him. He holds an MPhil and PhD in Defense and Strategic Studies, and he is also a postgraduate diploma holder in financial management. He is a senior fellow of Executive Education Program on National and International Security, Harvard University, that is the John F. Kennedy School of Governance. His study reports on LCA and Kaveri engine programs actually guided the government policy on these projects. He is the advisor strategy to the chairman, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. He is also an advisor to FICCI on Aerospace and Defense Industry Task Force. He is a member of the Executive Council of the IDSA, visiting faculty for Hindustan Management Academy at Bangalore, and a visiting distinguished fellow at the Center for Aerospace Studies, New Delhi. He is the founder chairman of the Peninsula Foundation, which is a leading think tank based at Chennai. It's my privilege to invite the Marshal for his keynote address. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, and let me thank the organizers, Srinivasan and Professor Yigit, for providing this opportunity for me to address you all. Ambassador Trigunayat, my compliments to you for that excellent opening address, and I hope I'll be able to measure up to the same standards that I will talk now. Good morning to everybody. It's indeed a very important topic, and I think Ambassador Trigunayat has set the tone extremely well in highlighting the importance of Mongolia-India relations. When I'm equally a history buff as well, and therefore the Central Asia, Mongolia is a subject that's fascinated us, most of us interested in history, in the context of geopolitics particularly, and in the context of Indian history as a whole. So we have a long connection, particularly as Ambassador mentioned, where, there are legends, you may say, as well as various writings that bring about the connection between Mongolia and India. That I'm specifically, mentioning that because Central Asian connection in the context of various empires that have been established, intruding into Indian mainland, is a well-known fact. But Mongolia connection is not very well known, but this is something that's now coming out quite well. And one of them is that, one of the legends says that our connections go back to thousands of years. Some say it's even 8,000 years plus. And as the Ambassador pointed out, the claim is that the people initially went from the Himalayan region into Mongolia, and then 2,000 years later they came back. One of the versions says that the Katoj clan in Himachal Pradesh are people who've returned from Mongolia and then settled down in Himachal Pradesh. Similarly, there's another, there is a well-written book by a former prime minister, as the ambassador pointed out, in the 1930s, which brings out some of these facts quite, well. In Mizoram, there are about, as per 1991 census, there are about 30 million people in 20 tribes who are of Mongolian origin. And there are evidences and archaeological evidences that have been found in as south as Central Asia, Central India, about the connections between Mongolia and in India, and presence of Mongolians in India. Of course, notwithstanding that, Buddhism has been the biggest connection, that connects India to much of Asia, in Central Asia and Mongolia in particular. And Mongolian, monks have been, seen in Nalanda as a regular feature, and that is reported by Chinese visitors like Fagian, Huansong. Huansong was, his writings are extremely well known, and he was, Harsha hosted him at the Buddhist festivals that he, held annually, and he mentions about Nalanda and the presence of the Mongolian monks in that region. So the connection is, it's extremely important, and I think we've revived post the Cold War as we grew our relations with Mongolia. I think in the second, decade of the 21st century, and the first visit by Indian Prime Minister Modi's visit in 2015, I think has given a fillip and a big shot to the relations between the two countries. Mongolia is also critically located in terms of geopolitically, having been part of the former Soviet Union, and now independent, and having to balance the pressures between Russia and China. Mongolia does a very fine soft balancing act in terms of establishing its sovereignty, neutrality, as well as engaging particularly countries like India in a big way. And therefore the strategic partnership that was announced in 2015 assumes extreme importance. And also the announcement of a line of credit of more than $1 billion for, as Ambassador mentioned, for the construction of a refinery in Mongolia is equally, important in the context of economic relations and other developments as well. Mongolia is also one of the richest states in terms of copper deposits in the world, and uranium, etc. And therefore, I think we have a long, a bright future in developing this kind of, relations between the countries. Well, coming to the aspect of geopolitics, again going back into history, from the time of the Persian empires, including or establishing their satraps in the northwestern part of India, down to the 20th century, we've consistently had constant engagements between Central Asia and India, and the mix of culture, history, other religion has been intense, and this is something we need to, appreciate. The invasions of Alexander established a significant presence in Central Asian states. The Persian empires, followed by the Arab, the caliphates, the Muslim invasions, the Turkic origin, empires that are established, and of course, as Srini mentioned, the Genghis Khan, the Mongol invasions, all of that has a significant, impact on how, we've interacted with the region in throughout our history. More importantly, from the ancient times, from Afghanistan into Central Asia, as the Silk Road history shows, this has been the most important trading region. Trading routes follow this region completely. And therefore, that interactive process has been, extremely important for us. India was a great trading nation from ancient times. And there were two, patterns of, exporting from India. We were a great exporter. I mean, the studies very clearly indicate for much of the 2,000-year history, India and China dominated more than 50% of the world's manufacturing output. So where did our products go out from? One was through the northern route, through this Central Asian joining up into the Silk Route, and that was the region that was connecting us to much of the Roman world and the European side. The other one was it would flow from the Gangetic Plain down to the peninsula and through the ports, again use the seas to travel both ways. India was also the center point for Chinese products to travel from China to the Mediterranean world, and for Mediterranean products to travel from Mediterranean to China through India. Okay, so India was extremely important, and therefore the connectivity to Central Asia in those contexts were extremely important. The world changed as we moved along under European domination and the 19th and 20th centuries. And much of that, as India was also colonized over the 200 years, and therefore we lost connectivity in that context in terms of trade and in terms of diplomacy. And the heartland theory will actually elucidate the importance of this particular region. So when we talk about Central Asia, we talk about 5 countries. We talk about Kazakhstan, we talk about Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan, and Tajikistan. And when we talk about Greater Central Asia, then obviously Mongolia comes into the picture. We have Azerbaijan, Georgia. You cannot ignore Iran. You cannot ignore Afghanistan is an essential part of it. And then, of course, as you move along, you connect to, the Caucasus and into Eastern Europe. So when Halford Mackinder and Spikeman propounded their theories in terms of, the importance of the heartland, Halford Mackinder's theory was land-centric, while Spikeman indicated from the rimland perspective that the civilization evolved in the rimland region and then pushed them to contest for the heartland portions. Well, as the Cold War emerged and as Russia took control of that, region, we find that the former Soviet republics, thanks to Stalin's very imaginative, approach to dealing with governance of these Central Asian republics, it was quite decentralized in the context of allowing them to retain their own satraps and still plug into the Soviet system effectively. So when you visit the former Soviet republics, and I had the opportunity to visit and deal with Tajikistan, particularly in the context of our strategic alignments there, you find that the region and the people are secular, moderate, as compared to as you go down further south into the Islamic world. And that is an extremely important. There's a lot of respect for education, a lot of respect for moderate outlook, and a secular outlook as well. And therefore, in our engagements in this region, it is very, very important to keep that in mind. And as we look at, engaging this particular region, it is important to realize that getting a footprint in any of these regions is strategically very, very vital. And that's where I actually bring this point of, tremendous foresight that was exhibited by the Indian government in the early 2000s. And we established an agreement under the former Defense Minister, George Fernandez, with Tajikistan. So you find that you have a sort of a geopolitical presence in Tajikistan. We've built the airfield Aini near Dushanbe, and we do engage ourselves quite strongly with the government in terms of providing them training in Indian institutions, as well as provide a lot of support. In terms of HADR support, we've been very, very, responsive. For example, the Kyrgyzstan floods, massive floods that they underwent in 2013, we reacted quite swiftly and provided the kind of assistance that they require. I believe there's a lot of engagement that now goes on in terms of, people-to-people exchange. And I've actually met few students from southern states actually studying in universities in Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan as well. And that's an increasing, prospect that is actually working. But in the long run, we need to have a strong economic relationship with these countries. And how do we do that? And what are the challenges? The biggest challenge that we face is geographic proximity. We have Pakistan in between, and our ability to actually reach out in quick time is an issue. Okay, although air connectivity is one issue, but I think you need, land connectivity, which is extremely important. And therefore, we are working on the areas of through the Chabahar port, through Iran into Afghanistan and into Central Asia. That's one north-south corridor that we've been working on. The other one is, of course, the regions through which you will have to actually engage Russia in a significant way. Coming to the issue, when we dealt with Tajikistan, one of the important issues that comes into being a challenge to our freedom in geopolitical terms is how do we actually, Russia is a strategic partner. Nevertheless, there are challenges in that domain as well. Russia considers much of its former republics as its domain with respect to security, and particularly in air defense. There is a treaty that ties them down to the overall air defense mechanism, to the Russian air defense mechanism. And therefore, if you want a permanent presence there, you have to work with the Russians in any of these countries. That is one of the most important requirements, and that's a challenge. On the other hand, China has been pushing constantly against these countries, both in Kazakhstan as well as Tajikistan, where they share the borders. They do have some border disputes, but that is put aside. From economic terms, there's been a big push from China. And constantly we've heard Tajiks actually talking to us, saying that India needs to come up much more, strongly. And that is quite normal for smaller countries to expect a big country to be more responsive in terms of economic aid and in terms of other aids. This is a challenge because we now face the prospect of China's BRI as a big looming threat in geopolitical terms in the context of Central Asia. Just look at the BRI, okay? When Xi Jinping announced BRI in Kazakhstan in 2013, Kyrgyz is a new city that's actually come up completely. And now it connects through rail mechanism right up to the European part. In fact, the rail reaches London. And as of 2019, the number of containers that have been transported in 2019 is 140,000 20-foot containers. Is the kind of transportation that takes place. What they estimated as 3 trains per week that will travel to Europe from China is now increased to 25. And this is expected to increase by to 400,000 by 2025. The BRI is a strategy that would integrate these countries economically, and so there is no military pressure outwardly, or even quite even a diplomatic pressure. There's a lot of economic opportunities being presented. It is indirectly maybe a pressure. But look at these smaller countries, when there is a lot of money that's being offered in terms of infrastructure development, and this infrastructure is tied into the Chinese economic system, then as the American government calls it, it is actually a massive strategy to turn Asia into a Sino-centric economic world order. And that is the challenge. That is the challenge. So the BRI is going to actually be a big challenge for us to actually be able to connect with each of these countries and increase our presence and increase our influence in these countries. So take, for example, the North-South corridor, which we are planning to connect from Iran right through to Europe, to Ukraine, is a 7,500 long kilometer. But our ability to invest will not match with what China is pumping into the BRI program. The CPEC will have about $65 billion, which has been assured by them. But overall, into the entire dimension of Central Asia and Eurasian connectivity, the Chinese would invest something like $400 billion in a short time and increase the connectivity. And therefore, this is an extremely important element. The third point in the context of this development is also about technologies in the former Soviet socialist republics, where assistance would be required, and we are an IT power, and as the ambassador pointed out with respect to Mongolia, this is an area again we probably can actually tie ourselves very strongly with these countries and increase. That is one way of increasing our influence in these countries, and this is something that could actually play a very, very important role in being able to circumvent the pressure that they they face from China in this context. The final point that I would like to bring out here is with respect to multilateral institutions. China's Shanghai Cooperation Organization plays a major role with respect to Central Asia. And we have, after 10 years, we have become a full member into this SCO. And how we play our cards in the SCO, which has Russia, India, China as the main players. And how we play our cards, playing, using our strategic partnership with Russia, playing our cards against China or with China, and of course, engaging each of these countries is extremely important. One point that we need to remember is the history of this region has always been where major empires have played a major role in deciding the fate of these countries. And they have done with that. As Soviet Union melted away, each of these countries are very, very conscious of their independence, their sovereignty, and their equality, liberty, and fraternity. And therefore, they are talking to themselves in working on strategies to retain and play balancing, strategies dealing with India, US, Russia, and China. And that, I think, we need to be conscious about that. And that gives us, that is where I think, as Ambassador pointed out and as Srini pointed out, given our moral postures, given our way of, dealing with countries, we give a lot of confidence to other countries because we're never seen as a threat. On the other hand, despite all the amount of, economic assistance that China may pour in, the countries are always, they have a fear within their, as to what would be the ulterior motives that China has. And that is something we can actually capitalize on. Plus, we have partners like Japan. Japan is, has seen very, very positively in this region. And Japan's engagement, Central Asia plus Japan engagement is quite positive, and that's doing quite well. And these are the factors that probably could play a very, very important role for India to gain its, leverage in this country. It's very, very important for us to gain leverage in Greater Central Asia, which encompasses Azerbaijan particularly, and Georgia, and then into Caucasus. It's extremely important. So in the final run, if I sum it up, I would say our success in increasing or improving our, leverage, our relations, and our diplomacy, and our defense relations, we started doing exercises with Mongolia quite regularly on counterterrorism aspects. We are doing exercise with Tajikistan. We're engaging Kyrgyzstan on HADR exercise, etc. So these, I think, we need to, scale it up, because we need to scale it up in the Central Asia so that our presence is felt and provide them opportunity for training, etc. So to sum up all this, the opportunity that we have, I think it's vital for us to consider, increasing the rate and the scale of our engagement in this region. We need to increase our trade because our trade is quite, I would say, minuscule with Central Asian republics. And we need to engage that, increase that significantly. And in the longer run, I think, looking at other options such as North-South Corridor, or even engaging the Russian-Eurasian economic, corridor, these are aspects that probably will balance the, I would say it is a threat. The BRI is a threat, a Sinocentric threat. To balance the BRI threat, I think we need to probably engage much more readily with Russia, with other countries in looking at economic integration in this region. Thank you very much. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir. I think it was very, very comprehensive, yet short, but you touched upon the historical connection, the geopolitical compulsions, and very rightly pointed out the challenges that we have, courtesy BRI, and of course, pointed to very relevant areas like IT, where we can work with them and enhance our cooperation to a different level. Thank you very much for this comprehensive and synaptic, I would say, overview of India, Mongolia, and Central Asian relations. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Sir and Marshal, Professor Yigit is online. Professor Yigit, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I hope you can hear me as well.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, right. Thank you. I suppose there was some technical glitch in joining up. I will continue with the next item on our this thing, and I have a surprise item, which is not scheduled as per the program, but this connects to what the ambassador had mentioned, and the Marshal also mentioned, soft power and IT. So Having said that, I would like to introduce and invite Mr. Rajiv Prakash Saxena, who was the group head of National Informatics Center for over a decade and was heading NIC prior to retirement after about 33 years of service. He was instrumental for rapid growth of NIC, working on several projects across the union ministries and other agencies, including the Parliament, Law and Law Commission, NHRC, NCM, e-Sign Certifying Authority, which issues the digital signature certificates, the Ministry of Urban Development, and other institutions. He was also closely associated with 8 missions of the United Nations, and he had worked in various projects along with the United Nations for the Government of India. Sri Rajiv Saxena is an alumni of the University of British Columbia, Vancouver. He is also the founding director of NCTI and NICSI, and is an advisor to SIDBI and Delhi Police. And where he comes into picture, it was a pleasure receiving a call from him insofar as Mongolia was concerned. That I should say I'm especially pleased to mention that Atal Bihari Vajpayee Center for Excellence in Information and Communication Technology at Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, is the brain and brawnchild, if I may say so, of Sri Rajiv Saxena. The Vajpayee Center connects 21 centers across Mongolia, through which the members of Parliament of Mongolia interact with their constituencies. And therefore, it is perhaps one of the most notable contributions of India to Mongolia to strengthen its democracy. It's my pleasure, sir, to invite you and share your experience of setting up this institution and providing IT as a backbone of, I will say, Mongolian democracy. Floor is yours, sir. So you have to unmute. Can't hear you, sir. So we still cannot hear you. You have to unmute.
Now you can hear me, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Now, yes.
A. Marshal, sir, Anil Trigunayat, Dr. Srinivasan, and many other knowledgeable persons in the international diplomacy. It was a chance, or what he called as the serendipity, that I happened to meet Dr. Srinivasan, and because of his extreme kindness that I'm over here. Anil Trigunayat, he is my Facebook friend, and we engage each other through the social media. And there's another aspect to that. He's a batchmate of my wife, Preeti Kishore, and she happens to be my only wife. So I happen to see him sometimes at India International Center or the Habitat Center or CSOI, but I never had the courage to speak to him. But now I can take the courage and speak to him when I meet him over there. So what happens? Let me give you the background of the IT as a soft power. Actually, Pramod Mahajan, since I belong to the RSS, and late Kushabao Thackeray was my guru. And when he became the president, I had complete access to him, and where I could actually walk into his room without any problem. And in fact, I wrote the manifesto of the BJP in 1998, when a special chapter was given in the BJP manifesto that what we'll do as far as the IT is concerned. And it was the only party which has added the IT work in its manifesto. Prior to that, since I was at UBC, many of my classmates were the very first movers and shakers had joined Microsoft. And so I can take the credit, and the second Indian to be employed by Microsoft is my classmate, Anil Goel, who stays at Jaipur. And I used my actual good services to invite Bill to join India, and there was a very big seminar, and I invited Advani ji and Kishan Lal Sharma, who were the only two politicians who joined way back in 1995. Coming back to that, I used to read a lot about the international diplomacy and other things. And India had been trying to become a permanent member of the UN Security Council since Advani vacation was taken in 1995. And it's also want to become a member of the UN Security Council. You have P5 and 10 other nations who are the members of the UN Security Council. And we used to have a lot of these anti-India resolutions during that time to defame India over there. And there was a coffee club. I think Anil Trigunayat will be able to throw more light on that. And in 1995, a coffee club was formed. And the main proponents were Pakistan, Mexico, and Italy. And they used to try to poke problems in the India's rights as far as becoming member of the UN Security Council was concerned. What happened was, the moment when he became the IT minister, later I said, sir, we had become one of the IT superpower. So we are trying to become, and we are sending too much of manpower to many of these countries. Why can't we do some sort of a study in these countries? Especially, so we set up the Coffee Annan Institute of Technology in Ghana, because Coffee Annan, sir, he was the UN Secretary General, belonged to that, and he was a very good friend of the India. We set up in Ghana the Center for Excellence as far as the IT is concerned. We did this in also Cambodia, I don't remember. And we also set up the center at Mongolia. So unlike Trigunayat ji, who went by train from Hong Kong to China and then to Ulaanbaatar, I was very lucky. And I flew down to Moscow in a very cold, wintry morning, and where it was snowing. And then in the night, we traveled to Ulaanbaatar and landed at 5:30 a.m.
Sir, your voice is trailing, sir.
Inside the Aeroflight flight, and I was the deputy chief of mission over there. So what happened? So now you can hear me correctly?
Yes, sir.
Now, hear me? Okay. So we were given a very warm welcome by the Ulaanbaatar, and we stayed at Hotel Ulaanbaatar for about 4 days. And the PM and the President himself, we met both of them, and we signed an agreement. I was the deputy chief of the mission. Mr. Stockton was the Indian ambassador at that time. And we had so what we used is to train a large number. It was the very first institute of its kind. It was open in Mongolia, and we made a lot of good friends over there. Before to that, I came in touch with Mr. Otkon Baraya. I think Mr. Anil Trigunayat will be knowing, and I'm told that he's now the ambassador of Mongolia to USA, and he was posted in India as a third secretary. And before the India opened a embassy in Ulaanbaatar, we had close relationship, and we were training. People were coming from Mongolia for training in the IT sector before we had our Indian embassy over there. Coming to the use of the soft power, I was sent to Colombia, because Colombia was a very important player in the UN Security Council from the LATAM region. And I was staying there for 3 months, and I wrote the entire policy, IT policy of Colombia. And believe me, sir, this particular policy document, which was written by me from the Department of IT at that time, was circulated among all the nations in Latin America, and I used to get a lot of phone calls and nations so that I can talk to them. My teaching skills here helped them, and I could share my e-commerce lectures and e-procurement lectures and digital certificate lectures and IT knowledge through my. I was invited by the President Estrada. I made a town hall presentation of my entire work, and look at the effect of that. I discreetly or indiscreetly, I wrote in my report that the very first step is to have a very good IT education sector. So it was based on my report over there, which was implemented, which was slowly implemented in the entire Colombia, that a large number of the Indian IT companies entered into Colombia, and they imparted teaching soft skill as per as the IT simple thing, how to program. And now I'm told that there are about large number of the Indian companies, Indian IT engineers have gone there, they have intermingled, they have married their ladies, and they have formed an integral part of the entire thing. My suggestion is Mr. Anil Trigunayat and Marshal, sir, I'm still I will see shortly, but I can still go and write the IT policies of the many of these huge. And I have already spoken to our honorable minister on 3 or 4 occasions in the Rice Senior Dialogue, that I happened to meet him. That if I can again go and write the IT policies, especially in Central Asia, and where we can make a footstep or a foothold in that particular region, as Marshal sir has said over there. And that's all I have to say. I think I was given 10 minutes. I have finished off with 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And thank you for the patience hearing.
Thank you, Saxena sir. I mean, it's a wonderful point that you have conveyed, and in fact, you have amplified, the two thoughts which have been brought up by the ambassador and the marshal. I'm very sure that we will continue to associate with you and learn more as to how to use information technology as a tool of, if I may dare to say, the ambassador may pardon me, as a tool of foreign policy. Right, sir. Thank you so much.
Not only that, these 8 UN assignments are for different organizations. I worked in trade, human rights. I have implemented one of our flagship programs called EJSSS in Mauritius. I've also worked in Tunisia. I've also worked in Egypt. I've also worked in Geneva. I've also worked for writing the e-readiness analysis of the Pacific countries. And I've also worked in Sri Lanka, yes, and so on and so forth. So a lot of international exposure where I
understood, sir.
Of that of those costs.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the yes. Thank you very much for briefly but pointedly sharing the importance of this dimension. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now move on to session 1. And Professor Sureyya Yigit has joined. So first, let me just lay down only just two protocols. First is each presenter will be briefly introduced. I mean, the name and institution, the title of the paper, and call to present his paper, his or her paper. Please adhere to 20 minutes strictly, because we have 10 papers in all. And of course, you can present your PPT. As far as the audience is concerned, if you wish to pose questions to a particular presenter, please put it in the chat box. And at the end of the presentations, I will voice it to the concerned person. Okay, thank you so much. It's now my pleasure to introduce Professor Sureyya Yigit and invite him to chair the first session on global perspectives. Professor Yigit is a graduate of the London School of Economics, Cambridge University, and Donetsk National University. He has lectured quite extensively, ranging from Denmark in Scandinavia to spending a decade lecturing across Central Asia, as well as many years in different Turkish universities. He is currently Professor of Politics and International Relations at New Vision University, Tbilisi, Georgia. His research interests include Central Asian foreign policy, post-communist transition, European Union and its external relations, British domestic policies, as well as the Eurasian Economic Union. His most recent book was on Mongolia-EU relations. It's my pleasure to invite him to chair the first session. Professor Yigit, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Srinivasan, for your very kind introduction. Let me also add my welcoming remarks to all of our distinguished guests and presenters. I'm delighted to actually be not only chairing this session, but also being one of the speakers, because I think that this session is a very, very interesting one, and I must say I'm very much looking forward to it. Now, as you can see from the program, we're taking very much a global perspective in this session, where we're looking at, obviously, a very significant, a very important player in the region and beyond, India, with regard to Mongolia, but we're also adding one or two other significant actors in our evaluation of the region. And as you can see from our poster, our program, we've got 5 very interesting papers to delve into and have conversations about and to deliberate in depth. I would like to reiterate the point that Srinivasan has made. I'm going to introduce all of our speakers. I will read the titles of the papers, their names, their affiliated institutions, and I would again emphasize my request that all of us, and I include myself in this, of course, because I'm a presenter, that we try to abide by our 20 minutes so that we can keep on schedule and also allow time for a little bit of a discussion, a debate, a question and answer session. So, given the fact that I've made all of these announcements and advices, I think I should keep my own advice. And therefore, if I may, I would like to call upon Dr. Stephen Wescott, who's the adjunct lecturer in global politics and policy at the College of Arts, Business, Law and Social Science at Murdoch University in Australia. And Dr. Wescott is going to talk to us about a paper which he's entitled Closing the Blind Spot Between India's Look East and Look North Policies, Recent Developments in Indo-Mongolian Relations. So without further ado, let me invite Dr. Wescott to present his paper. The floor is yours, Stephen.
Thank you, Professor Yigit, and thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, for hosting this and accepting my abstract for this discussion. I am trying to find out how to share my PowerPoint, but it doesn't seem to want to do it. It's only, let's try that. Nope, that just looks like it shows my screen.
The fourth tab from the left. The fourth tab from the left at the bottom.
Oh yeah, no, I can see that. It's just only, it's not letting me share my PowerPoint for some reason. It just shows my...
yeah, with the arrow pointing upwards.
Yeah. I'll just go from, my PowerPoint only really gives dot points anyway, so you guys can follow along with my discussion more easily. So I'd like to preface my discussion today by saying I am very much a neophyte in India-Mongolian relations. My specialty is in interstate border disputes, specifically between China and India. So I have been, when I was given the invite to this, I basically given myself a crash course on China-India negotiations, so or bilateral relations, I should say. So I apologize if some of this is pretty banal and overall history, but I wanted to give a brief overview from an outsider's perspective about the status of China-India-Mongolian relations and posit 3 specific geopolitical explanations for why I think there's been a very sudden, relatively speaking, uptick in the bilateral relationship between China and Mongolia. So obviously, over the past decade or so, but definitely since Prime Minister Modi's 2015 visit to Mongolia, we have been seeing a significant spike in the interactions between China and Mongolia. So this has seen, for example, a massive uptick in specifically security relations, but also we've been seeing a major uptick in economic relations as India provided its $1 billion worth of credit, US dollars worth of credit to Mongolia in order to help build its oil refinery, and a variety of other engagements, including educational and export-wise. So this is very interesting from a geopolitical perspective, because what we're looking at here is a situation where 2 countries are very far apart, and especially from Mongolia's case, it's incredibly landlocked, it is landlocked with only 2 major countries surrounding it. So there's only one way in and out, effectively, and there's been no direct paths of communications and contact between China and Mongolia. So there's been very little actual interaction over the past, 65 years now since they've had formal relations. But recently, there's also been strong geopolitical reasons why both India and Mongolia should be interacting. And I'll get onto that towards the end of my talk. But I just wanted to take us back so we have some contextual viewpoints in which to see how this recent activity is so upscaled, for want of a better word. So what we're looking at here is a relationship that has been somewhat stillborn, very much negligible, frankly, since it was started. So much so that apparently India did not even have an embassy in Mongolia. So despite, or Ulaanbaatar rather, so despite officially recognizing Mongolia, they did all of their diplomatic reactions and engagements through Moscow for the first almost 20 years of their bilateral relationships. They only opened up a mission in Ulaanbaatar in 1971. So, although Mongolia, for its part, did open an embassy in New Delhi in 1956. But this is in large part because, frankly, there was very little interaction, or they did not walk in similar circles. Neither China nor India nor Mongolia walked in the same spheres. Mongolia, at this stage of their development, was effectively a puppet of the Soviet Union. It did everything that the Soviet Union asked it to, so much so that there was large and persistent rumors, I understand, about the chairman of their presidium, or the prime minister, being effectively a Soviet agent, being trained by the NKVD or something like that. Then there was, and India, for its part, was very much interested in the non-aligned movement. So it was, even though it by 1971 became effectively a client of the Soviet Union for aid and development, it was not in the Soviet sphere in the same way that Mongolia or even countries such as Poland were. So we saw there being very little political, diplomatic, or economic interaction between Mongolia and India for the first, 35 years of its life. This started to only really change once the Cold War ended. Mongolia had its democratic revolution back in 1990. So when there was large protests and the Communist Party, the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party, I think it was, basically capitulated and said, no, okay, we'll open up for what's it called, free elections, free multi-party elections. Then we had India, for its part, needing to suddenly undergo significant economic and diplomatic changes in how it approached the world. Its main patron, the Soviet Union, was gone, so it needed to very rapidly rethink how it engaged with the world. And this fundamentally was not just the origins of India's contemporary free market economy, but it also the two major foreign policy developments that have guided India's engagement with non-great powers in the world, and more accurately, the broader Asian region. These were the India's Look East policy and its lesser-known relation, the Look North policy. So the Look East policy was obviously a major development in which India actively started seeking to engage with its Southeast Asian predominantly neighbors in order to try and gain better specifically economic but political and security dynamics with the rest of the region outside of Southeast Asia, outside of South Asia, tried to engage with Southeast Asia. And as time went on, this increasingly incorporated broader East Asia, so to a lesser extent China, but definitely Taiwan, Japan, and Korea. The Look North policy, in contrast, was India's active efforts to engage with Central Asia, specifically the post-Soviet republics, but also Afghanistan and to a limited degree, places like Iran. But predominantly the post-Soviet republics, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, so on. With these, the Look East policy was obviously far more successful because of much easier lines of communication and transportation. So we had much better economic and diplomatic developments between India and Southeast Asia specifically as part of this policy. However, from the point of view of Indo-Mongolian relations, the real problem was that Mongolia basically fell slap bang in the middle of these two policies. There was no real clear area where Mongolia would fit in. And so to some extent, it's been included within both of them. So sometimes it has been included within the Look East policy, sometimes it's been included within the Look North policy. But irregardless, India did not really have much engagement with Mongolia during this time. It had a general sense of ambivalence. They signed a couple of treaties, and as the ambassador noted during his opening addresses, there was the Indian monk diplomat who helped forge significant ties and was pretty instrumental, as I understand it, from incorporating or reinvigorating Buddhism within Mongolia. But beyond this small cultural niche, effectively, there was very little interactions politically or economically between China and India. I mean, India and Mongolia. The Mongolian, from the Mongolian point of view as well, there was very little reason to engage with India, or there's little direct incentive to engage with India. We had a number of engagement developments within Mongolia as it was transitioning away from direct communism or one-party rule, in which we started seeing it develop its concept of foreign policy. This basic document argued that Mongolia needed to develop, what was the exact phrase, sorry? To become open and non-aligned, and to seek to avoid becoming overly reliant and dependent on any one particular country. So this obviously meant that it was trying to peel itself away from Russia or the former Soviet Union, whilst also trying to avoid being overtaken by China. At the time, it predominantly was focused on these two countries, but it very quickly developed what Jeffrey Rees calls a omni-enmeshment policy. So this means that it was actively trying to seek third parties in order to balance the influence of any one state upon it. To which extent Mongolia could be said to have been successful in this policy, given that China accounts for approximately 50% of its overall trade, and a large number of its Chinese expats live in Mongolia, and significant amount of Chinese companies operate in Mongolia. There's no small area of debate to which Mongolia could be said to have been fully successful in trying to engage in this omni-enmeshment strategy. However, India did not really feature into, at least initially, did not really feature into this policy. Mongolia predominantly tried to focus its third neighbor policy, as it became known, towards countries such as Japan, to a lesser extent places like Korea, but it also tried actively to engage with the USA and other European countries to try and, one, strengthen and deepen its democracies, democratic institutions, but also to solicit alternative markets for its resources and trade goods, which at this stage were predominantly textiles. However, we started seeing the situation really shift and change around about 2010, or at earliest the late 2000s, where we had the Mongolian president openly declare for the first time that he considered at least India to be a spiritual neighbor, and declared India to be one of Mongolia's third neighbors. This effectively elevated India in Mongolian thinking. India, to a degree, had a number of engagements, or started engaging more robustly with Mongolia. We started seeing more and more interactions, and which obviously accumulated in the 2015 visitation by Prime Minister Modi, during which stage there was a massive flurry of diplomatic activity. So we started seeing, I think it was 13 treaties that were negotiated and memorandums of understanding that were negotiated at the same time. We saw India offer Mongolia a pretty massive loan in order to help develop its refinery, and we started seeing much stronger and more comprehensive engagements with the rest of other businesses of other areas of business. So we started seeing, particularly of note, I noticed was Indian border security forces started interacting more with their Mongolian counterparts, and they've been engaging with a lot of trade, not trade, but mutually learning activities. There's been, as I mentioned earlier, a degree of strong interactions between their military, and there's been a number of strong interactions with their between their two diplomatic features. They've had what they've called the Joint Committee on Cooperation, which has gone through 7 rounds lately. This was started much before the recent reinvigoration of Indian-Mongolian relations, but there's been, as I counted, 4 of the recent Joint Committee of Cooperation meetings have occurred since 2015. We've also seen Mongolia and India try to reinvigorate their soft power diplomacy. They like to phrase this, or at least Mongolian sources I've been reading have been phrasing this as the 3 Ds. So we've had Dharma, democracy, and development. So these have helped create much deeper and stronger soft power links between the 2 states. And indeed, by most accounts, there's been as many high-level and proactive diplomatic engagements and economic engagements between Mongolia and India over the past 5 years than there has been in the previous 55 years. So, or 60 years even. So that is a pretty major uptick in relations between the 2 countries. And this, as an outsider, immediately wanted me to think, why is this sudden flurry of activity going on between India and Mongolia? The 3 areas, or interconnected areas, I posit are simply that there has been India's rise as a major regional power, arguably even a great power, has seen it want to more proactively take the lead in many institutions. Previously, it often had, for want of a better word, pretenses of doing this, as it declared itself to be the leader of the non-aligned movement. It's tried to engage a number of strategic, or it embraced a policy of strategic autonomy in which it didn't really try to have any major engagements with other countries and tried to claim its own path, but very few people were interested in following India's lead, frankly. So outside of at least South Asia. So we had, especially in the past decade or so, as India actually became a major developing economy and started becoming much more of a concrete regional power, more and more nations have been more interested in engaging with India, and India's been more interested in engaging with other nations. So much so that it's become incredibly testy about any association with India as being as part of the broader third world and in need of any aid or development funding itself. It only had to grit its teeth and take some COVID support recently, which I understand was the first time it's actually accepted. India has accepted aid for many decades at least. So even during the 2004 tsunami, it refused to accept any aid and insisted on supplying aid to other countries, despite itself being very affected. And so this dynamic has played into Indian-Mongolian relations. India sees itself as a great provider of international aid towards Mongolia and as effectively a big brother sort of mentality. It aids significantly with a number of educational facilities within and educational interactions between India and Mongolia. So it's got IT training especially, and we've got a large number of engineers, that have been engaged in training from India, or at least India's training these members. I can't see where exactly they're being trained, but the other major factor is the provision of finance, obviously. So we've been seeing India provide Mongolia with aid. There was major flooding in 2012, I believe it was, that India provided a lot of assistance for. We've also seen India recently provide a large number of medical supplies and COVID vaccines to help Mongolia with its COVID problems. The second major geopolitical development has been Mongolia's resource boom. Mongolia's always been a somewhat resource-rich country, but it's never quite unlocked its potential as it has done in the recent decade or so, definitely within the past 5 years, I should say. So India has been more or less on the ground level for that, or has tried to get in on the ground level of the mining boom within Mongolia. Specifically, India seems to be interested in acquiring uranium deposits and iron ore from Mongolia, to a lesser extent coal, and has been very active in providing Mongolia with the mining machinery and other mechanisms for engaging this resources. Although I should posit that, or preface that point with the fact that India is still very low on Mongolia's top trading partners. We still have China taking for approximately 50% of its trade volume, I understand, followed up, surprisingly, I found, by UK. The United Kingdom actually is the second or third, depending on how you count it, in Mongolian trade, then followed by Russia, with the USA and Japan following next. So, but that's not to say that the trade is inconsequential. It's modest by trade demographics, like Mongolia is not India's top trading partner and vice versa, but we have been seeing a large number of significant upticks. So by my calculation, we've been seeing approximately a 50% increase in Indian-Mongolian trade since 2015. So not inconsequential. And of course, the third and arguably most prominent geopolitical development has been the increasingly assertiveness of China. I understand I've got about 5 minutes left. Is that right? Or am I out of time? 5 minutes?
If you
Perfect.
finish, it'd be really nice.
No worries. So yeah, obviously the rise of China has affected pretty much everyone, and especially as China has grown increasingly much more assertive, arguably aggressive over the past decade or two as well. Well, definitely since about 2008, the Mongolians have definitely felt this, as well as, for very obvious reasons, India, We saw what happened on the border last year, and India's growing concerns about Chinese presence within the Indian Ocean region more broadly. This plays into one of the basic geopolitical concepts in which we have encirclement and counter-encirclement narratives taking place. It would be a very big leap to argue that India and Mongolia are actively trying to engage in counter-encirclement of China, but both sides are very clearly engaging what in geopolitical terms or geostrategic terms we call hedging. That is to say, they're both trying to diversify and explore links with alternative partners in a strategic region in order to enhance their own capacities, even if they aren't explicitly or even actively trying to seek a alliance or any deeper form of partnership with that country. So I'll leave it there with those three major geopolitical reasons that I'm positing have been driving Indo-Mongolian relations, and I argue would likely see or sustain Indian-Mongolian relations well into the immediate future. Thank you all for listening to me, and I hope I get some interesting feedback.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Dr. Wescott. I thought that was quite fascinating, the insights that you provided, especially with regard to the historical background. What I have in mind with regard to this session is, given the fact that we do have 5 papers and 3 of them fit in quite nicely, what I'd like to do is I'd like to take the next paper as well, and then we can open it up for some discussion. So in effect, we're having sort of a division within the panel. So 2 papers, then a discussion, then we'll have the next 3 papers, and then we can discuss that as well. So as I said, that was highly informative, stimulating, and very interesting. And thank you very much indeed for keeping to the time schedule as well. So again, keeping on track, without further ado, let me invite Dr. Dattesh Parulekar, who's the assistant professor in international relations at Goa University. And the paper title of Dr. Parulekar is Perspectivizing India-Mongolia Ties in Greater Central Asia, Shaping Equilibrium in the IC Quad Dichotomy. So again, without further ado, let me pass on the baton, as it were, to Dr. Parulekar.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Am I perfectly audible?
You are
Yes.
indeed. Please.
Thank you. So at the outset, let me compliment the organizers for putting together this particular seminar. And of course, thank you for accepting my participation here. Now, I'll straight get to the topic. And before getting into the brass tacks of the topic, let me preface my presentation with a couple of comments. In the way in which we understand traditional geopolitics, I think India and Mongolia both are afflicted by what I would like to call as the onorousness of geography. But both have different sets of onerousnesses of geography. And you know, what is this problem with geography? With India, the geography essentially is about the problem of plenty and not being able to understand how to actually manage the circular requirements of its geography, both the continental aspect and the maritime aspect within the resources of a glacially rising India. Whereas on the Mongolian side, it's a different onorousness of geography, where its geopolitical destiny seems almost consigned to be wedged between these 2 behemoth powers. So you have different kinds of geographical dilemmas that are at work, but both are dilemmas in their own respective ways. The second really is, in today's world, as we navigate through a complex multipolar world, and we try and weave ourselves through the angularities of different relationships, which are not necessarily mutually exclusive, I think 2 concepts are almost becoming abiding to any country's foreign policy and power projection. One is the concept of diversification, and the other is the concept of pluralization. And I think both of these concepts matter to both New Delhi and Ulaanbaatar. So what is diversification? Diversification really is a tactical instrument by which strategic choices are being exercised so that you reduce your dependence on a single power. And in this case, obviously, that single power or that monster in the room happens to be the People's Republic of China. While diversification is something that is part of strategic individual choices, pluralization is basically looking to shape the system in such a way that you can not only mitigate the predatory aspects that come out of non-pluralization, but also look to adapt and mitigate the other pressures that come to bear. And I believe that both India and Mongolia are right now in a process of transition where their relationship is both requiring diversification, but also requiring systemic pluralization. India-Mongolia ties, for all that we can say, is neither exceptional nor existential, certainly from the calculus of New Delhi or the calculus of Ulaanbaatar. I take Ambassador Trigunayat's position, and in fact, I would second that by saying, which probably country in the world would not like India or like Indian people, or we be endeared to them? But I think there is a need for us to take our relationship from a level of uniqueness that it enjoys to either a level of exceptionalism or a level of existentialism. When you look at Mongolia's foreign policy concept, India is not the only third neighbor, but India is largely described as a civilizational third neighbor. While that is something to definitely be proud about, and I'm not necessarily kind of diminishing that, I think it is also important that for a rising India, it not only be known for its spiritual and civilizational affinities alone, but it also needs to be recognized as a third neighbor in the right sense of the term, in the way in which, say, a Japan or a United States or a South Korea is also being recognized. And I think that is the exceptionalism and the existentialism that we will have to inject in our relationship going forward. So where does this whole dilemma come in? Now, India's uniqueness on the Asia firmament is the very fact that India straddles both the maritime expanse and the continental geography. And if you look at the two trifectas that emerged, I'm keeping Cod out for a little while right now, but if you look at these two trifectas that have emerged, one, of course, the RIC that, of course, was born a long time back, but has been rekindled in recent years, and the Japan-America-India JAI, which came into being in 2017-2018, the single bridge between both of them was the I, which is India. And that is why India as a rising power is coveted both within the maritime trifecta, that is the JAI, which is now the Quad, is also courted within the RIC, which is largely a Eurasian continental grouping. Now, with India having to being a part of both these trifectas and groupings, India has a very important responsibility of shaping its relations with Mongolia and Greater Central Asia by trying to balance and finding an equilibrium between the maritime grouping and the Eurasian continental grouping. So there is an identity problem both in Mongolia and in India. And while India's problem really is how to balance, looking down south with looking up north, Mongolia's problem has always been whether to look east or to look west. Does Mongolia basically constitute part of Greater Central Asia? Or does Mongolia actually figure into East Asia, Northeast Asia? And I think very subtly a signal was being sent by Prime Minister Modi in 2015 when he made two significant visits. The visit to China that also included a preceding visit to Mongolia and a subsequent visit to South Korea was in one way also indicating that not only was the visit to one of China's periphery countries, that Mongolia is very much part of India's Act East policy and very much is part of India's cartographically reimagined East Asia, in which Mongolia figures prominently. But that same year, we had a significant visit also to all the 5 Central Asian countries. And while this was a significant all 5 country visit to Central Asia, it was also an indication by the government of India that we don't see Central Asia only in terms of its constituent units. We see Central Asia as a kind of an ecosystem that extends much beyond what we understand to be purely geographical Central Asia. And so in a way, India is best positioned in its Eurasian continental outreach to not only help Mongolia find its place with greater Central Asia to its west, but also to be able to deepen its integration within Northeast Asia, which is something that Mongolia has been assiduously doing for the last few years. Mongolia has its own relevance because if Indian Ocean states can be part of observer grouping of something like the SCO, why can't Mongolia be part of an Indo-Pacific construct? And in fact, the United States has already taken the lead on this by characterizing Mongolia as a significant Indo-Pacific partner. But the question arises, if Mongolia is very much part of an appreciation by the Indo-Pacific community, are the Indo-Pacific resident powers doing enough to be able to make the right overtures and to be able to engage Mongolia so that Mongolia can be subtly brought out of its geographical, if I may say, boxed-in situation and be allowed to leverage its strengths? Now, again, where does India come in exclusively? If you look at the latest national security strategy put out by Russia, which happened just earlier this month, it's very interesting that Russia talks about a greater Eurasian partnership, but does not limit it merely to Moscow and Beijing. In fact, they have been at pains to stress that the construct of a greater Eurasian partnership is to be seen as underpinned by what it calls as the RIC. So obviously, Russia sees very much a legitimate role for India within the Eurasian periphery. If that be so, I think India is uniquely placed, unlike any of the other Quad partners, Australia, Japan, or the United States, given its own trust levels with Moscow, of course, which are being tested but still exist, relatively well, to be actually working out with Moscow an ability to bring Mongolia into the Eurasian scheme of things. It's quite clear that despite the schmooze between Moscow and Beijing, that seems to be getting deeper by the day, it does betray a sense of wariness or a sense of suspicion that Moscow has. And over the last couple of years, Moscow has been trying to wean Mongolia out of its dependence on China with its own overtures. Can India utilize this sense of unease that exists in Moscow by actually engaging Russia the next time they have a summit level meeting and talk of effective third country cooperation and make Mongolia that third country? I think there's no doubt India's bilateral development diplomacy has taken off in a significant way, and a lot of credit goes to the Ministry of External Affairs and other line ministries. But the point is, I think where probably India's outreach or power projection is a bit underwhelming is in being able to craft third country cooperation with your bilateral partners. So for example, Japan. Japan is a very close ally of Mongolia, somebody who enjoys the trust of Mongolia. Russia, of course, is a country which Mongolia would like to use to be able to juxtapose against China. And the United States, for all its toing and froing, still continues to recognize Mongolia as an important player in Northeast Asia. Now, can India basically utilize these three countries in their bilateral relationships and use this as a springboard to forge third country cooperation with Mongolia? So, for example, when you have an India-Japan dialogue, there could be an India-Japan dialogue that does talk about how Mongolia could be part of the overall, Northeast Asian stability framework. In fact, I, for one, would say India is so well positioned if, going forward. Last August, we had the working group meeting, the first officials meeting between India, Japan, and Russia, which was, of course, an online meeting, a virtual meeting, attended by no less than Foreign Secretary Shringla. And I think the next time that India, Japan, and Russia probably engage, one of the ways to build trust also would be to talk about third country cooperation. And if India, Japan, and Russia can bring in Mongolia into the picture, it's also sending a very strong signal to China as well, that you are not the only game in town, that there are other frameworks to which Mongolia can also submit itself. And why this is so? Because quite clearly Central Asia and the greater Central Asia is now in a kind of strategic churn in terms of its geopolitical fluidity. You have the rising power of China, which of course exists. You have Russia, which is looking to reassert its own hegemony. You of course have India, which needs Central Asia and the greater Central Asia for its 3 C's of connectivity, commerce, and civilizational connect. But you also have the new factor, which is the Turkish factor. And the fact that Turkey is beginning to play an increasingly important role in this region And that from many points of view is not always a plus factor for stability. I think this is the time when India needs to be able to engage both with Russia within the RIC and the individual Quad members to be able to get Mongolia onto the forefront. There's no doubt that when you look at Mongolia and India, there are some complementarities that we can work with. For example, both are democracies. Of course, we are a more long-standing democracy, but Mongolia itself is part of community of democracies, which the US floated. Secondly, Mongolia has made multilateralism, which of course India swears by, as a cardinal tenet of its foreign policy. And these can be very strong undergirding principles, which can help us strengthen India-Mongolia relations, not only in terms of the configuring content, but also in terms of the tone, tenor, and character of the relationship that makes Mongolia a legitimate player in a larger geographical space, much more than the current geographical space which it physically inhabits. But then how do we take it forward? Obviously, if you take it forward as the Quad, then obviously there will be a pushback from Russia. But let's follow Russia's own principle. Russia negates the Indo-Pacific construct, but very subtly embraces the Indo-Pacific narrative or the Indo-Pacific region. For those who follow Russia, we can very clearly see they have not abdicated the Indo-Pacific. They have only negated or repudiated the Indo-Pacific construct. And this is a very convenient way of negating the Indo-Pacific construct, but very much increasing your footprint in the Indo-Pacific. The same can apply to the Quad countries, where we don't necessarily have to speak of the Quad as participating in Eurasia, which will face a resistance and pushback jointly from Russia and China. But you could actually use these trilaterals and quadrilaterals individually. For example, the United States and its C5+1 that the US is now energizing. If that could have a plus framework with India and that could talk of Mongolia, it puts China into a very difficult situation where there are different groupings coming together, talking about Mongolia's centrality within the Eurasian spectre, and it kind of puts China a bit off kilter. So China doesn't know which game to play. If you just make it a bilateral issue, China will continue punishing Mongolia like they did in the aftermath of His Holiness Dalai Lama's visit in 2016. When gloves were off and China literally forced Mongolia into a very embarrassing situation. So there is an important way by which India could be that glue both within the RIC and within the Quad. Now, why do I talk of the RIC and the Quad? I'm going to just end with 2 or 3 points, major points. The RIC, for all that we can talk about it, it's a consultative, at best a coordinating forum. Because obviously the trust deficit between India and China is going to bedevil the entire relationship. But the Quad, the way in which the March 12th meeting happened and the way they were able to identify the 4 verticals of vaccine dissemination and development, of global value chains, of climate change financing, and in critical technologies, I think all these verticals have meaning for Mongolia. And Mongolia could be a signpost for what the Quad could do in terms of what we call as strategic capacitation. So to me, the RIC is a coordinating forum, a consultative forum to maintain a certain degree of regional stability. But the Quad is the actionable mechanism because it has the capacity to take these concert of democracies into real projects of strategic capacitation. Mongolia itself is looking to engage. And Russia again can bring Mongolia into the picture, which also has connotation for India. I'll keep India's connectivity out for a while because with the instability in Afghanistan right now, a lot of India's investments in that region are now threatened and imperiled. But Russia itself wants to expand the Eurasian Economic Union by creating a plus framework. It is believed that they have confidentially mentioned to India over the last year and a half or 2 years that they would like India to kind of, if not merge, but at least align its own concept of connectivity into Greater Central Asia with its own Eurasian economic framework. Now, in this Eurasian Economic Union framework, which many see as a kind of a counterpoise or a counteraction to Beijing's, the Belt Initiative, if not the Road Initiative, India could definitely now be part of this and bring Mongolia into the picture, whereby suddenly the whole cartography of that region is no longer only Central Asia, but larger Central Asia or the entire Eurasian perspective. Last but not the least, what kind of cooperation can be looked at? And this is where I think, there is a very important factor here. You can't stress on security because security will face an immediate pushback from China, even partly from Russia. But there is a need to bring Mongolia into what is called as soft security concepts. And these soft security concepts is obviously something where you have capacitation, you have grassroots level capacitation, you have entrenchment of your own expertise there without necessarily creating any kind of containment strategy. And that is important because Mongolia has shown its prioritization of regional stability, but Mongolia is averse to any kind of collective security. And I end with this last point, and this is just to prove that point. Mongolia has taken like a fish to water in terms of its Ulaanbaatar dialogue, where it basically has been looking to become the sheet anchor for dialogue discussion on the margins of the actual summits to be able to promote regional stability in Northeast Asia. But at the same time, when China continues to push Mongolia to join the SCO, they have been very clear that they don't want to join the SCO because they see the SCO as nothing but an extended framework of Chinese supplicancy, which ultimately is going to affect and draw them into collective security framework. So if Turkmenistan can have its own independent foreign policy, which keeps Turkmenistan out of the box and maintains neutrality, I think Mongolia also is capable of pursuing its own sense of independence and an autonomous foreign policy. And India can be a very important player here in terms of bringing elements of the RIC and elements of the Quad into a framework with Mongolia that can shape equilibrium between the Indo-Pacific expanse and the Eurasian periphery. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that quite deep and engaging presentation. That was highly informative as well. And as I said prior to that, given the fact that these two interesting papers are quite similar in terms of their approach, I think this is the good time to actually engage in a short discussion. Now, Srinivasan, I don't know how you want us to pursue this, but I think I should just open the floor up to people who want to comment or ask questions or clarify. And that's what I would like to do. So do we have anybody who would like to comment on or ask questions about the two papers that we've just had?
May I ask the question, please?
Indeed, please. Please introduce yourself for us who don't know you.
Yeah.
So Pradhan.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody, and wonderful session. Thank you, Chair, for permitting me to ask a question. But first, let me appreciate Professor Dattesh Parulekar. Wonderful presentation. I think you gave a very broad outline of how the whole scenario is unfolding or can unfold. But my contention is that, or my intervention is that in the long term, next 10 years, if at all we look at it, now, do we see that some of these outlining ideas that you talked of, are they going to materialize, or you are talking about a long distance foreign policy objective, both from the Indian side and from the Mongolian side? Are we talking about a long distance phenomena, or we are talking about the immediate Mongolian aspirations and desire? Thank you.
Should we take a bunch of questions or each one individually?
I think it might be a good idea to just go one by one.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Pradhan. Quite clearly in the interim, a lot of status quo is going to fade because quite clearly Mongolia has very pressing problems, and I'll tell you why. Because this is where a little bit of creativity is required. Right now, in the debate on climate change and climate financing, which President Biden has prioritized, there's a lot of focus really on clean energies. But when you're engaging with Mongolia, while you have to help Mongolia transition to clean energies, Mongolia is still going to be an anchor of the traditional economy, given its reliance on iron ore exports, given its reliance on coal exports. You're still not going to be able to expect clean coal technologies for Mongolia to embrace in the short term. So in the short term, even though there is a necessary logic that these countries in the Quad need to engage with Mongolia, Mongolia's economic structure which is not going to change in the short run, is not going to allow it to be able to look beyond China and Russia in the interim. But even as it continues to prioritize its immediate economic interests, it can still pursue a larger politico-diplomatic strategy, which can subtly look to break out of this dependence on China and also find diversified partners. And that is why I talked about the India, Russia, Japan trilateral, because one of the problems that we have in our economic engagement with Mongolia also, that it's not the only place from where you source your uranium or your iron ore. And there are other places from which you can source them much cheaper because of the cost of transportation from Mongolia. But if we are going to make the Vladivostok-Chennai economic corridor as a reality, as is what has been expected, then that could become a basis for us to reach out to Mongolia and for Mongolian transportation to become much easier within a multilateral framework where Japan is also part of it, Russia is also part of it. So it brings stable change in economic relations between Mongolia and other partners beyond China. So to answer your question, in the short run, this particular structure is going to persist. But if we are creative enough over the course of the next few years in a post-pandemic era, there can certainly be more reimagined natures of economic relationship that fits the logic of economics.
Sir, can I ask? Can I hear?
By all means, Marshal, we're listening to you.
My question is, Mongolia is a completely land, and most of the exports taking place is from China. How do you foresee the role in controlling its export? Because after the Vietnam crisis in China, in Tamil Nadu, a dependent country as far as the copper is concerned. And we are not, we have become, instead of net exporter, we have become importer. With China, Indonesia, and Malaysia. My question to you, is there a way to Mongolia export avenues and export routes in the new world order?
I couldn't get the full question. I lost it in parts.
As did I, yes.
Sir, may I suggest that you put the question in the chat box, we can read it out to him. Because the audio is not...
Mongolia is a landlocked country. You can take up the new question. Okay.
Yes, there seems to be a little bit of... Indeed, there seems to be a little bit of an echo, so it might very well be a better idea to actually get that on text and we can read it out. But if you can hear me, if there's anybody else who'd like to ask a question, I'm perfectly willing to give them the option. If not, I've got a question myself, but I certainly don't want to abuse my position. Is there anybody else who'd like to make a comment or question? Any of our If not, I'd like to put forward something to our first speaker, Dr. Wescott. You talked about cooperation in areas such as trade, commerce, customs, the military, but you also highlighted the point that Mongolia sort of was difficult to locate in both policies, in the look north and the look east. It was difficult to, as I said, locate it and engage. How do you foresee that in the future? I mean, do you think there's a clear identification of this, or what's your sort of prognosis? What's your feeling of where Mongolia is going to be located within these two policies? If you could say a few words about that, that would be quite nice.
Located in the two policies is probably a much better way of framing it than what I've got. So I will make that phrase with your permission for my own paper. But as I can see it, it seems that Mongolia seems to be leaning more towards Northeast Asia in its approaches than towards the rest of Central Asia. And indeed, considering where Ulaanbaatar is on the map, it probably would make much more sense for a lot of the transportation lines for their various exports to go either through Manchuria or up into Russia around to Vladivostok. So I suspect Mongolia is definitely angling itself more towards East Asia, so it would probably become part of the periphery of the or now, as Modi likes to call it, Act East policy. So that's where I suspect it'll eventually be located within, but we're not entirely sure. As the second speaker talked about, we've got a lot of relatively new multilateral organizations propping up all over the place. We've got the Quad that recently was reformed in 2017. So the Mongolia may become as an observer to the Quad or part of the Quad Plus in future years. There may even be some new multilateral arrangement that starts forming out in the next couple of years, especially as the various transportation routes start diversifying out of Mongolia. So that's where I'm personal gut feeling, given my three weeks to about a month worth of studying this topic. So no worries.
Thank you very much. That's,
Professor Yigit,
that's very informative. Do you have anybody else?
Professor Yigit, if I may intervene, Mr. Anil Saxena's question is, Mongolia is a landlocked nation and most exports go through China. The question is, can China control the exports?
Yeah, maybe I'll take that question. In principle, they probably could, because as we keep saying, it's basically Mongolia is straddling what they call as the 290s, which is basically 90% of its energy imports coming from Russia and almost 85 to 90% of its immediate exports going down south to China. But China is also part of an international economic system. So there can be from time to time, certain punishments that China can mete out, like what happened after the Dalai Lama visit, the fallout of that. But China is not going to upset the apple cart of trying to essentially micromanage or control Mongolia's exports, because China recognizes that Mongolia's engagement with Japan and South Korea is also to the benefit of China, because as the first speaker said, that the interest of China would be to try and keep Mongolia within the Northeast Asian periphery, because that is where Russia is relatively weaker and China is the stronger player. The moment Mongolia starts to move into Greater Central Asia and moves west, that's where China is a strong player, but Russia is no pushover either. So China would rather want them to continue engaging with Northeast Asia, and that's why my argument was, which way is India going to look to connect with Mongolia? Is it going to look to connect through Greater Central Asia, or is it going to look to connect through Northeast Asia? So my kind of hypothesis would be, for economic reasons, Northeast Asia remains the most convenient alignment through the India, Japan, Russia framework. But in trying to build strategic pressure on China vis-a-vis Mongolia, we have to leverage Russia and Russia's desire to be the prominent power in Central Asia. And that's where I see the India-Mongolia situation as basically becoming a kind of a wrestle with how far of Northeast Asian engagement and how far of leverage from Central Asia. Thank you.
Thank you for those answers. I wonder if there's anybody else who wants to make a comment or a suggestion or a question. Because if there's not, I think it might be a good idea to continue with the panel. Right.
Yeah, I would recommend that we go.
I do too. And yes, my program, I see that it's my turn. So let me try to attempt to share a screen. If I'm successful, that's going to be great. Let's just... Can we see the blue PowerPoint?
Yes, we can see.
Lovely, great. Then what I want to do today is take you on a bit of a whirlwind tour about Mongolian-Russian relations. What I want to sort of initially do is go through, as I said, very quickly, in just a couple of minutes or so, the sort of early 20th century history of the relationship between Mongolia and Russia. Then I want to focus slightly more on the regional aspect of Mongolian-Russian relations, especially, of course, after the 1990s and the ending of the Cold War. And hopefully, if there's a little bit of time left, broaden that out a little bit further as well. Now, initially, of course, I think this is quite indicative of the historiography with regard to the relationship between Mongolia and its northern neighbor. This identification of key figures in both the Soviet Union and in Mongolia. I don't want to sort of dwell too much onto these factors because I think we're all fairly familiar, but it is just as a reminder. Of course, without the Soviet assistance, the Mongolian revolution of the 1920s would never have taken place. And of course, the leading figure of this movement, this revolution, is Sukh-Batar, and he's always been equated with Lenin, not purely in terms of ideology, but because of the time frame as well. This, of course, poster is fictitious. It doesn't reflect reality in terms of both of them having discussions on socialist ideology and revolution. But in terms of their sort of deaths, they're very close, and they were crowned as the leaders of the revolution. And moving sort of a couple of decades forward, the Halkan Göl incident of the late 1930s, where you see the first instance of close military cooperation between the Red Army and the Mongolian military. And here you have a photograph of Choibal Sun, who was, of course, later to be leader of the Mongolian state, the general secretary of the party, and engaging in close relations with General Zhukov. Choibal Sun, of course, is also equated, again, as I said, in this historiography. Once we equate Sukh-Batar with Lenin, then, of course, looking at the time frame, close personal relations with Stalin in the Soviet Union. This is also another photo that I wanted to share because of the close relationship, not just the close relationship, but the impossibility of establishing the Mongolian state in the 1920s without Soviet help. Now, having said that, it is also interesting to point out that relations were extremely close, and one or two of our speakers, of course, alluded to the fact that the Mongolian state was regarded as an agent of the Soviet Union. But despite the very close relationship between Choibal Sun and Stalin throughout the 1930s and 1940s, there were one or two, shall we say, different points of view. One of them was related to the birthday of Stalin at age 70. And if you look quite closely, the figure on the extreme right with the glasses is Sesambal, who was the second in command, as it were, to Choibal Sun. And Choibal Sun refused to attend this celebration of Stalin, and as you can see on the left, you see Mao Zedong there, primarily for the reason of Stalin not being an active backer of the idea of trying to unify the Mongolians, basically to incorporate in a Mongolian China with the Mongolian state proper. And because of that, Choibal Sun refused to attend and sent his deputy for the celebrations in Moscow. So despite the fact that there was evidently, of course, extremely close relations between the two states, there were differences of opinion with regard to one or two issues as well. And here again, Sesambal in office, and the story, and I guess we can call it a story, but it's been often repeated that Tasambal himself was very much a proponent of the view that Mongolian independence should be rejected in favor of admission as a constituent republic of the Soviet Union. So he wanted to renege on Mongolian independence, and rather having independence for Mongolia, it would be far better to be a republic similar to the Soviet Central Asian states. So this cult of personality continued throughout the Mongolian People's Republic's existence, going from the personalities of Sukhbatar, Choibalsan, and Tasambal. And this can be reflected in the propaganda at the time, as you can see in these posters, whereby it's stressing the unity, the strengthening of the friendship between these two socialist allies. Here we're talking about the Soviet-Mongolian indestructible friendship. And this is from the early 1980s. And I'd like to draw your attention to the fact of the industrial background to this poster, reflecting the huge Soviet commitments to building an industrial infrastructure to Mongolia. And here's another monument to remind ourselves of the fact of Mongolian participation, or contribution rather, to the Great Patriotic War, as was referred to in the Soviet Union, Second World War, and hence again further murals, propaganda demonstrating the close relationship between these two states during the Cold War. Now, talking about the Cold War, of course, the Sino-Soviet split is a very important episode in Mongolia's statehood, whereby, as you can see, there was a substantial Soviet military presence on Mongolian territory, primarily protecting and defending its territorial integrity, and also, rather than simply because of that, but demonstrating to China that there was a heavy price to pay should there be any incursions or ideas of changing the balance of power in Northeast Asia. So I'm pushing through a couple of these, but as we reach the 1990s, we discussed in passing the democratic revolution that took place, whereby, remarkably, when we're looking at post-communist transition, Mongolia does stand alone as being the only country within the region of Greater Central Asia to actually engage in a domestic political transformation, pretty much unassisted by any external forces. So the Mongolian democratic transition, or transformation rather, does take place primarily because of internal dynamics and internal demand. There's very little external assistance, because there's at the time very little external interest in what's taking place in 1990 in Mongolia. And this is transforming, of course, the capital into what we know. And we move on to the post-Cold War relationship between Mongolia and the Soviet Union, I beg your pardon, the successor to the Soviet Union, the Russian Federation. And here we have meetings between Elbek George and Putin. Again, when Medvedev was president, and again, I draw your attention to the fact that look who that figure in the middle is, and of course that's General Zhukov. Again, putting a tremendous emphasis on this historical legacy of close cooperation between these two states. And the previous president, with President Putin again, who they enjoyed, of course, similar hobbies, pastimes, etc., and what have you, with regard to sporting. But Baturka, during his presidential campaign, made much of the fact that he preferred to reignite, as it were, the close relationship between Ulaanbaatar and Moscow. That basically, to continue the phrase that we've been looking at so far, that Mongolia was also very much in favor of a look north policy rather than a look south policy, as it were. So far more close cooperation envisaged between Moscow and rather less with Beijing was the emphasis that President Batuga put forward. Now, I just want to focus slightly on the energy relationship, because this is the sort of aspect that attracts a lot of attention, both from academics, but from beyond the academic milieu as well. And this is, of course, directly related to developments that are taking place actually outside of Greater Central Asia, but this is pretty much related to what's actually taking place in Eastern Europe. So once we experience the Ukraine crisis and what the reaction of what's taking place in Ukraine is Moscow's ideas in terms of energy is not to export it to the West, but to actually try to find new markets, to diversify its markets to the East. And of course, you have a very hungry client or customer, potential customer in the East, which is China, which is exactly what happened. And therefore, you had the signing of this massive deal between the Russians and the Chinese to transfer this huge natural resources from northeast Russia to China. At the time, of course, there were several routes that were planned, and the Chinese were very interested in preferring the route that actually went from Irkutsk to the power-hungry cities of northern China. This was quite rational, this was quite logical, but the only issue at hand was that it would actually have to cross through Mongolian territory. And Moscow didn't look too favorably on this, and they preferred to actually have the whole pipeline go through Russian territory and cross over into Chinese territory, which was what actually happened. This wasn't the preference of the Chinese, because, you know, where it entered Chinese territory, there was very little demand because there's very little population centers there, very few anyway. And Mongolia was actively trying to encourage and to try to convince authorities in Moscow to actually allow this to go ahead. But it was ultimately unsuccessful. Now, with regard to a second pipeline, a sort of Para-Siberia 2, again, there are and have been discussions with regard to actually taking the natural gas from the Yamal province all the way across Mongolian territory into China. So this is a theme that has not been lost on Mongolia, trying to be this transit country, because it's already located between these two giant neighbors, and it's trying to be this interlocutor between them. Now, one aspect here that I also want to draw our attention to, not that we've forgotten this, given the fact that the revolution took place in 1921, this is the 100th anniversary of the relationship between Mongolia and Russia. And this has been already celebrated or delved into in academic conferences this year. And we can maybe say one or two things about that later on in the closing. But I want to draw your attention to this map that I'm putting here with regard to the location of Mongolia, but from a different perspective. When we're looking at it from the perspective of the Russian Far East, you can see the importance that Mongolia has in terms of the approach of Moscow. And in terms of the Russian Far East, I just want to sort of highlight one or 2 points. Sometimes we go just in passing when we talk of the Russian Far East, but the Russian Far East is actually 1/3 of Russia's landmass. I mean, that is an absolutely huge amount of territory. It's a huge amount of territory, but of course, there are very, very few people living there. So we're looking at approximately 6 million residents. So 1/3 of Russia and only 6 million people living in it. So that means in 2/3 of Russia is where most of the Russians live. So this is this huge land mass whose ties to the rest of the country can be seen as difficult, problematic. Why? Well, primarily because it's far away, because the region is quite remote. It's very far from the nation's core, and also its proximity to populations and the economic powerful countries of the Asia Pacific. So think back to the map, and you can see that, you know, far more important population centers lie to the east and the south than they do to the west. Now, what's the geopolitical relevance of this? Well, we're fully aware of the fact that it's all about hydrocarbon resources. It's richly endowed with natural resources. So it's not just natural gas, but other important precious metals, diamonds, coal, timber, fresh water, including arable land. Furthermore, of course, it's strategically situated in the North Pacific, where there are several big powers, some of which we've already talked about so far today in our panel. Obviously, China, Japan, Korea, and the United States. This is an area where they're all intersecting. And furthermore, the Russian Far East is controlling the approaches to the Eastern Arctic as well. Now, looking at the sort of past 15 years or so, since 2007 especially, Moscow declared that the Russian Far East to be a national development priority. That it said, we're taking this region very seriously, that this is an area whereby we're going to be focusing our attention on, that this is going to be something more than just declaratory policy, but we're actually going to take actions to actually improve this region. We're going to, as it were, put it on the map. APEC summits did take place. They were highlighted, of course, in the regional and national media, and the upgrade of infrastructure in the Cold War important city of Vladivostok took place. And I say importance in the Cold War because, of course, that's where the Pacific Fleet was located. And it was a highly sensitive city. And I guess the city really made its mark on the international relations map when the summit took place between Brezhnev and Ford in 1975. Funds were directed to the Far Eastern Federal University, located in the city. Not surprisingly, a lot of investment and assistance was geared to the hydrocarbon resources. Pipelines were laid for transporting natural gas and oil. Petrochemical plants were established and expanded. The Trans-Siberian, the mainline expansion also took place. So the transport corridor, transport infrastructure was very much a highlight of this new policy put forward by Moscow. Space launch facilities were also located in the area, and Vladivostok became a free port area with visa-free travel. So the idea was to attract international tourists to spend their hard-earned foreign currencies in the Russian Far East. And furthermore, there were tax benefits for large investment projects that were taking place in the region as well. Now, very briefly, what were the results? Well, economic growth figures were a little bit better compared to the national average. That's true. But there was no real noticeable increase in private investment. So the idea that this was going to be a magnet, which was going to attract literally millions or billions of dollars worth of investment, didn't materialize. Some came in, but rather than a flood, it was more of a trickle. And we're talking not just in terms of foreign direct investment, but we're also talking about the national investment that was taking place within Russia. So Russian investors were also not tempted to show a huge interest in terms of investment in the Russian Far East. The whole idea or the prospect or the hope or the goal or the aim, whichever you would like to accept, was that this 6 million should be expanded. There should be a lot more than 6 million people living in this huge landmass. But when we're looking at the figures, we're seeing that, let alone this population exploding, which was the whole aim and the purpose of this policy, population actually continued to diminish. So where there were aims of doubling, tripling the population in a short space of time, that simply did not materialize. Obviously, ineffective governance was the main systemic issue, and the remaining problem, corruption, was endemic in that region. Now, moving on slightly from that, you do see this very patriotic and quite jingoistic existence of this land is and will be Russian, because there's this very real perception or understanding that this land is being threatened. Why is it being threatened? Because there's a huge neighbor to the south, there's very few people living here, and this is a potential security threat. And here's a cartoon that sort of probably highlights that memorial rather better. So, we see this bear and panda sitting, but look at what they're holding behind their backs. So this is sort of putting forward the secret intentions that they have with regard to their bilateral relationship. Now, could there be, or is there, and this has been much investigated in the academic literature, a Sino-Russian-Eurasian alliance? Is there a geopolitical alignment with a single geo-economic space in Eurasia, sort of Eurasian Economic Union, linking with the BRI, with the Belt and Road Initiative? And in terms of the Eurasianist discourse, we do, of course, see that in Russia, we do see that in China, and we do see this being on the rise. Now, to what extent is this limited to just a theoretical front? And to what extent that can be actually implemented, that, of course, remains to be seen. But in terms of this cooperation with regard to Chinese-Russian projects in the Russian Far East, I've already mentioned this Power of Siberia gas pipeline, which, of course, is the landmark energy cooperation between these two countries. But you have the Eastern Siberia Pacific Ocean pipeline, spur to China, that's taking place, it's being expanded. And of course, you see several other projects that are either established or will be in the near future. Now, in terms of just a couple of years ago, Mongolian trade, we can still see that Russia, of course, is a primary partner, which is not surprising, given the fact that there are only two neighbors of Mongolia, and given the historical friendship between the two countries, that's completely understandable. But in terms of what do the Mongolians export to Russia? Now, here again, as you can see, it's salt, sulfur, mineral fuels, machinery, wool. It's these sort of traditional products that are being exported. What are the main imports coming in from Russia? Again, of course, it's oil, heavy industry in terms of iron and steel, aircraft, machinery, and so on. So before I finish, because I also want to keep in time, I just want to highlight the recent presidential election, because I've talked about the previous President Baturga's idea of closer, warmer, as it were, relations with Moscow, of distancing somewhat Ulaanbaatar from Beijing and hoping for a closer relationship with Moscow. That was at least the discussion, the debate, discourse, or the conversation that was taking place in the last 4 years or so in Mongolian foreign policy circles. But given the fact that, earlier this summer there was a presidential election, and now we have President Gureltsev in office, questions are put forward with regard to what will be the foreign policy orientation of Mongolia. Now, will this continue, at least in terms of the rhetoric, pursuing a closer, a warmer, a comprehensive relationship with Moscow, but will this be complementary towards its relationship to its great southern neighbor, or is this going to be one of hitting or balancing both? And that, of course, remains to be seen. But I do hope that when we hear the next couple of papers, especially when we're looking at the relationship with the United States, that might create possibilities for us to actually engage and discuss and interact and exchange our ideas with what the future will bring for Mongolian formal countries. So, with overstepping my mark, I think I will bring my paper to a halt, and looking at my program, I would like to actually invite the next speaker, who is, of course, Professor Pradhan from the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Goa campus. And Professor Pradhan is going to be making a presentation, a paper which is entitled "Small is Not Vulnerable, India and Mongolian Third Neighbor Dilemma," which, as I said, given the fact that I've looked at Russia, we're looking at the third neighbor dilemma now, and it will be finished off with the US-Mongolian relationship. I think taking these three papers together will lead to, I hope, and I forecast, a very interesting discussion and debate. So without further ado, let me hand over to Professor Pradhan.
I hope I'm audible to everybody. Yes, thank you.
You are indeed. You are indeed. Do go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Yigit and the organizers for this wonderful dialogue. Mongolia, in fact, in the Indian geopolitical scenario or the foreign policy circle, is not a great story. But that's the unfortunate part of India's foreign policy and our orientation, that we look at bigger stories. But Mongolia has tremendous potentials, and I think as the panelists spoke, there's an elaborate possibility, expanded possibility around Mongolia and Central Asia, and India has to play it right. So it is in this context, I think I carry the advantage of my predecessors analyzing the whole issue in a very, very perspective manner. So I carry the benefit. So thank you, Professor Yigit and Professor Parulekar and Ambassador and Air Marshal Matheswaran for the valuable inputs. Now, my topic is, I'm more looking at small states as a phenomena in the geopolitical scenario, or the emerging transitional world order, the role of geopolitical, role of small nations, and how are they unfolding into the international system. As far as Mongolia is concerned, I think it is quite inevitable, if you look at the map, so overimposing Russia, unending territory, and the unending territory of China with unending population, 1.4 billion people. So you have population explosion, you have the territorial expanse covering whole of Mongolia. So Mongolia is invariably, geographically, is at a default point where it is overly imposed by the neighbors. And in geopolitics and foreign policy, we say that you cannot choose your friends. You can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your neighbors. That's one of the tragedy of Mongolia today. Looking at the geopolitical scenario or the position geographically Mongolia occupies, one of the former prime ministers of Mongolia in early 90s, Bamsuren, he talked about a very interesting phenomena. He says that Mongolia is located at the crossroads of three great civilizations. If you look at the north, it is the Christian Russia. If you look at south, it is the Confucian China. And if you look at Central Asia, in the west, you have the Islamic or the Muslim Central Asia. So if at all we contextualize this in the geopolitical analogy of Mongolia, what it emerges is that I'm sure Samuel Huntington must not have thought of Mongolia when he talked about his hypothesis of class of civilizations. Class of civilizations, invariably, Samuel Huntington talked about in the larger context of the world, But Mongolia, I think, comes forward as one of the manifest locations where class of civilization is invariably available as a default default position. Geography indeed is a challenge. It is also, it can also be translated in many ways. Here in India, we also have the geographic advantage. We also have the geographic challenges that we have a good neighbor called China. We have to daily deal with them, and not only at the strategic level, at the market level, at the product level. Cheap Chinese products, they continue to filter into your market and take away your economic space. The other side, we have a good neighbor, Pakistan, and now we get terrorism and a lot of challenges from the Pakistani sources, and it is known for being international hotbed for terrorism. We get it by default. That's our geography. So it is not Mongolia or the small states that really confront the issue of geography. Rather, geography is also equally available to large countries like China. China wouldn't imagine Russia and India to be their neighbors, who are who could be possibly adversaries too. So it is a variable available for both the small states and also for the big states also. This is a very interesting analogy. I go back to Mexico. Back in 1920s, there was a very insulting incident that happened in Mexico. That in the Mexican Gulf, 3 American Navy officers, they were patrolling around the Gulf of Mexico, and apparently by mistake, they strayed into the Mexican waters, and the Mexican Navy arrested them, and they were taken to Mexico for prosecution. The Americans were very angry that the Mexicans they can arrest American Navy officers. How dare they do it? So the Americans demanded that the Mexico apologize for the high-handedness they executed against the American Navy officers. Mexico refused. But finally, it so happened that Mexico not only had to return the American Navy officers honorably, but at a state level function, they paid a 21-gun salute to the American flag and returned the visiting Navy officers to the Americans. Mexico carries this story as a part of their history lessons. And the popular saying of that time, President Mexico finally concluded that poor Mexico, so far from God and yet so close to the Americans, nothing is going to happen to Mexico. But then the story doesn't end there. You have the other side of the story of Mexican tragedy with geography. 1840s, I think half of the Mexican territory the Americans had taken away in Rio Grande War. And so poor Mexico, so far from God and so close to the Americans, is one part of it. And second part is that the Americans have taken away half of the Mexican territory. So the popular saying in 1950s and 60s in Mexico was that you have taken our land, we will populate it. So if you look at today, the American population composition in the southern states of USA, Florida, and San Francisco, and all of that, if you look at it, 66% of Mexican population populated into the American territory. And that's where the Americans are worried that some means or the other, the Mexicans filter into the American population demography. And, and it is a national sport in Mexico that somehow or the other, they have to jump into the American side. That's the second part of the story. But there's a third part also. From 1990s, 1994, we had the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, where Mexico, USA, and Canada, they are the partners. Now, 20 years later, what you look at the economic composition or the lessons that NAFTA offers today is that many American mainland industries, those who are paying high labor costs to the American laborers, they have moved to the Mexican border after the NAFTA. So what has happened is that in Spanish they call it as the maquilador traders. There's a lot of industries have come up in the Mexican border. The American mainland industries, they want to employ cheap Mexican labor. So they have shifted their base to Mexican border. People from Mexico come a cheap labor supply to the American industries. So the Mexicans get job. The Americans have lost out their jobs and they have created jobs in the border area. So when we talk of geography, geography indeed has many things to offer. Depends on the perspective or the strategy or the methodology that one adopts. And that's where one has to look at it. Now, geography is invariably the Mongolian challenge, and it has to negotiate. So either it has to look towards Russia, China, and it cannot escape, given the energy dependence, given the technology dependence, given the market dependence, and all of that. If you look at it, it is invariably dependent on large, big brothers. Now, the second aspect is that Mongolia's resource is plentiful, resourceful, very, very resourceful. Be it copper, gold mine, coal, and all of that, I think has already been talked about. Mongolian intellectual B. Babar, he writes extensively on this, and he considers the costs of excessive resources for Mongolia. There is corruption, and there is greater international involvement to exploit the resources Mongolia has, and Mongolia independently or in its own way is not able to safeguard its national interests and all of that. So it is becoming a victim of many of these issues. So geography and resource both have been challenges for. Now, if we look at the Mongolian history or the building of the country itself, if we look at, I get two broad perspectives from there, which reflect to their geopolitical processes. One is that if you look at 1930s, the prime ministers of Mongolia, two prominent, very illustrious nationalist prime ministers, Pelzidin Jenden and Anandin Amar. My pronunciation of the native Mongolian names might not be very accurate, so please bear with me. And I think Professor Yigit will bear. Now, they were nationalists, and if you look at Jenden, religious, Buddhist, respected religion, and the Russians demanded that the Buddhists must be purged. Being the head of the state, he had the responsibility to wipe out the Buddhism, the icons and the monasteries and all of that. And he himself is a religious person and had the dilemma of what to do. And the man, in one such event, if at all history records it well, in one of the public functions in Mongolian embassy in Ulaanbaatar, he apparently got drunk, abused Joseph Stalin very openly, and not only that, he slapped Stalin and broke his smoking pipe also. He has been an iconic figure in Mongolian history, represents a nationalist sentiment, orientation, and the identity search of Mongolia as an autonomous territory and all that. And next to him is Anandin Amar, who also represented equally similar kind of a approach. And both, unfortunately, were taken to Moscow and prosecuted. They were executed. And you have a nationalist sentiment that is in Mongolia that is available in a great way at the local level, at the young youth level, at the national level also, at many layers of Mongolian society, culture and history and all of that. And you have the other side of the negative history also, where you have the subsequent prime ministers like Khorluzin Choivalsa, which Professor Yigit also mentioned, and Yomjagin Sedenbal. Both were, Khorluzin was referred to as the Stalin of Mongolia. He killed as many as he could. He purged Mongolia, and his successor Yomjagni also did similar kind of a thing. Also, they went to the extent of desiring that if at all Mongolia can be annexed with Russia. So when you travel in that area, particularly, you get mixed perspectives. Many people at the local level, at a friendly level, they talk of, if at all they can ever be autonomous in their geopolitical choices or in their foreign policy approaches, if at all they can be free from Russia, Christian Russia or Confucian China, or they can have independent approach and all that. So if you look at it, if I'm a Mongolian, what would I want? If I'm a nationalist Mongolian, what would I look for? They would look for, it's a wonderful country, resourceful also. People are, 97% education enrollment at the primary level. We broadly feel that Mongolia is a landlocked, poor country, but it's not. And overall, it's a wonderful country, and a lot of last 40 years, they have been looking for their own space, identity, and autonomy in deciding for themselves, which have, so a sense of sovereign autonomy to be gained is a natural desire. And any country, in India also, you would like to have that. In Pakistan also, in the US also, everywhere, Mexico also, everywhere, any country would like to have that. But unfortunately, the geography has put them between the devil and the Dead Sea, if at all we can say so. And they are, so if we analyze what are the options that are available, and if at all we try to look at the options that are available, the fundamental question that comes is not for Mongolia alone, it is the fundamental issue of the option that is available to all the small states of the world. And it is not confined to the small states alone. It is also open to large states like India also, large countries like India also. We also struggle for strategic autonomy as a means to experience that. Now, throughout Cold War, we had non-aligned movement. We wanted to express India's position as a neutral country, as a third country which doesn't belong to either of the groups and all that. We wanted strategic autonomy. That's what is the expectation. So immediate, if I look at the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, the immediate range or medium range options, if I see, that's where they have what we call the desire for a third neighbor, a reliable third neighbor who could be credible enough to take them out of Russia and China. But it is a very, very difficult choice. If at all we look at India, India is far-flung. Yes, India has a strategic desire. It has orientation and roadmap also to get into the greater Central Asian affairs, including Mongolia and all that. Some of the strategic visits have happened from our side also, and so we are looking for inroads into the region. But by all practical means today, if I look at it, except some little 1 billion investments here and there, we are a peripheral power. But nevertheless, we have a great role to play, which I'll just talk about. The other options Mongolia has is that they can play between Russia and China, in a sense playing against each other, which they have continuously done it also to keep themselves little more protected from either of them. They can look at Japan as a third neighbor, Japanese friendship as a third alternative also. They can also look at European Union as alternative, basket countries which can come for investments and also come in for a variety of other geopolitical reasons, and all of that. India comes in that. Also, they can invite the Americans or join NATO or Shanghai Cooperation, and many such possibilities are there. But any of them that take, it will have counter responses both from Moscow and from Beijing. It is obvious. And if we look at Australia trying to oppose the Chinese, Chinese methodology, the Chinese have heavily, sought back at the Australian, imports and all of that. And large country like Australia is also finding it hard to settle score with China. It is difficult. So Mongolia, that sense, has far limited, choices as far as finding a suitable third neighbor is possible. And that's what leaves us with the fundamental theoretical question as to what is needed. What is needed for small countries, or you can call island nations also, but be it Maldives, be it Malta, Papua New Guinea, or Haiti, or many of the, and the same also goes to big countries like India and many other countries in the world, that strategic autonomy is necessary for each and every country, and there has to be a better international order that must evolve. Today, as I look at it, all of us, I think we are standing at a critical juncture of international order in transition. One side, you have Graham Allison's Thucydides trap, that the Christian world is trying to struggle between or contend the Islamic world and the Confucian. And you have the other side of it, you have Geneva School of Economics, Professor Richard Baldwin. He talked about the phenomena of great convergence. What great convergence means, he says that the mode of production of the world has shifted. It has shifted from manufacturing to digital economy, to cyber economy, to algorithm, to artificial intelligence, decision tree, and many of these things, as a result of which, if at all we look at BRICS, where does BRICS come from? It's the mode of production, shifting mode of production that created prosperity in BRICS, or that created China, rendered China wealthy, or India, Mexico, Indonesia. Many of these countries became rich, not because they worked hard or they wanted to become rich. They became rich. It's because they had the cheap labor and the shifting mode of production through the use of technology. It facilitated integration of North American and Western European capital integrated with cheap labor in China, Indonesia, Mexico, Vietnam, India, BRICS, and many others. So these are new formats that are happening. That's what signifies the larger transition methodology of the international order. It is in that direction, Mongolia and India. I see India as a great, third neighbor choice for Mongolia, because India, standing at the crossroads, India is in the forefront of moving towards a pluralized world order, which Professor Dattesh Parulekar also talked about. Much greater multilateralism, pluralization of the geopolitical equations, or democratization of the world order. That's what is the process is on. We are in a transition phase, and that's where if we look at it, the options like Djibouti, for that matter, Djibouti is a very poor country. And nobody ever bothered about Djibouti. But today, if you look at it, the Americans have a naval base there. The British is operating from the American naval base. The Japanese have come in there, and they have an Air Force base also there. The Chinese, they have the first overseas naval base in Djibouti. Saudi Arabia is also looking for having a base in Djibouti. The Indian heads of the states are trying to visit Djibouti so that they can cultivate. Now, Djibouti is a small state. Was a poor country, is a poor country. Yes, please. Yes, please.
If I may, could you please move to your conclusion and finish in
Yeah,
a couple of minutes?
yes. I'm ending. Yeah. So small nations also, they are beginning to transform themselves through a variety of strategy and methodology to become strategic partners in many big power leagues or many other modes and all of that. And that's where I think I see Mongolia, may have the wisdom, or they are already trying to do it, more and more internationalize their profile, pluralize their profile, and that's where they can position themselves better. Immediate, if at all I look at it to conclude, great lessons are learned from Switzerland. Switzerland has been in the middle of European conflict throughout, but maintained neutrality and got the benefit of international banking. All the money of the world is parked in Switzerland. Or people go for higher education there, and it is a diplomatic center of the world. So if at all Mongolia looks for internationalizing its profile, instead of being located either next to Russia or China or Central Asia, if at all it internationalizes. And what I mean by internationalization, by few instruments, like if you have great world universities or great culture centers of the world that opens up to the world as a whole, or international banking, tourism, and many of these instruments, if at all they internationalize their profile, resources, and open themselves to the larger international community, then perhaps they can hedge themselves from the aggressive incursion from the Russian side or from the Chinese side, and they will open their platform, the country, for international pluralism, which will itself be job creating for themselves also, and development model also, and it will also create a higher profile for Mongolia to participate in the international processes in a greater way. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Pradhan, for that very interesting presentation with regard to small states, with lots of global examples to highlight the challenges and the opportunities that Mongolia faces. Again, thank you very much for your time and for all of your efforts. Let me push on to the final paper of our session today by Sarchana Srisasapava from the Central University of Jharkhand. And this is going to be on the United States. And the paper title is actually The United States and Mongolia Relations, the Underrated Partnership. So without further ado, let's invite our final speaker to make our presentation.
Greetings of the day. A very good afternoon to respected chairperson and signatories and panelists. A very good afternoon to one and all. I have a special thanks to Dr. Srinivasan for giving me this opportunity to speak on United States and Mongolia relations, the underrated partnership. I hope I'm audible. So I would just like to present, yes. So I would just like to present the PPT. Yeah, just a moment. Yeah. Okay, so the topic of my presentation is United States-Mongolia relations, the underrated partnership. And so Mongolia has set upon a positive paradigm of democracy by a shift from socialism to democracy. Currently, there is an unsteady democracy and immature economy of Mongolia. And the United States is as a third neighbor. And it is wary with China, but amicable relations are still there. And also, there is a close relationship with Russia. So we can call this partnership a real politics, not an ideology. So you can see the geographical position of the Mongolia and China and Russia. So historically, Mongolia was viewed as a form whose fate was determined by the nature of Sino-Russia and United States relationship. In the midst of the heightened tension generated by renewed US-China-Russia rivalry in Asia, the sparsely populated landlocked states of Mongolia demonstrates creativity and flexibility in crafting its national strategy. So just I'll put upon certain points upon what are the Mongolia's interests. Number one, political independence. As you can see here, the political independence is in recent years we can see that the third neighbor foreign policy is open for United States. Russia and China have tussled over the territory for over 400 years now. And the United States is regarded as a neighbor or outside power in balancing the influence of Russia and China and maintaining Mongolian independence. Two avenues rest upon this situation is that the confirmation of its state is an equal member or the confirmation of its state as an equal member in the international community and no coercion from Russia and China again. Secondly, the strategic regional participation. Mongolia views US involvement in Northeast Asia as essential and regional community building. So the regional participation is also very much guaranteed with the involvement of a regional community building by the United States. Thirdly, United States military support. So there's a fear of over-reliance upon the other countries from Russia and China, and also there's a fear of Chinese invasion. And Mongolia wants to build up a bilateral reliance, and it really wants to contribute as a foot in doors So in number of other instances, we have seen that Mongolia has provided number of military support in Western states such as Afghanistan and Iraq. So military support have now and then been provided by Mongolia to the United States. Fourth interest is economic independence. Economic independence, we can see that the United States have backrolled. Mongolia has actually backrolled 80% of the economy. But we can see that there is no free trade agreement still perceived from the side of Mongolia. And we can consider that economic independence will certainly be promoted if we promote the political independence. So now moving towards the benefits, the United States interest. Number one, Mongolia's strategic geographical position, as already mentioned by eminent dignitaries over in this platform today about the strategic location of the Mongolia, as it is the hub of deposits of oil, natural gas, and uranium plus gold. The United States-Mongolia partnership is to tackle the conflict of intense relations between Russia and China. And the United States want to coerce China, North Korea, and Russia. Sorry, Mongolia really didn't want to coerce upon China, North Korea, and Russia. So another thing is that of the North Korean issue. The North Korean issue is that of the nuclear issue, which is now and then being posed upon by North Korea. And last, combating international terrorism. So combating of international terrorism is a need and hour of the international community, and Mongolia and United States together collaborate together, they cooperate together for international collaboration. So now, as you can see here, that 30 years of diplomatic relationship has been shared by US and Mongolia from 1987 to 2017. The mutual interests of both the countries have been emphasized upon different aspects. So on July 27, 2017, Mongolia and United States celebrated the 30th anniversary of the diplomatic relations at the Embassy of Mongolia in Washington, D.C. So to conclude, I would say I would just like to thank you so much, so the floor is open for questions. I just thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that insightful presentation, looking at the role of the United States within the parameters of Mongolia's third neighbor policy. So thank you very much indeed for that.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Then, given the fact that we've had the 3 papers of the session on global perspectives, I think this is the perfect time to engage in discussion, comments, and questions. So the floor is open to anybody who would like to comment or ask a question to any of our 3 paper presenters.
Professor Yigit and Professor Pradhan,
Yes.
I have no question to ask, but I have a small comment to add. There's no question. You talked about very rightly the Russian Far East. It's a very critically important, this thing for both Russia and China. Obviously, Mongolia sits in the center, so they come to the center stage. And Professor Pradhan talked about the other issues of small countries, how they face. And of course, he started his talk with a little cultural, touching upon cultural points. Going back to Professor Yigit's this thing on RFE, I would like to add just one point that if at all Russia is looking to make Mongolia more friendly, if I may use a very polite term, more friendly towards Russia, then there are certain cultural aspects which happened during the Cold War and the Russian occupation that has to be addressed by Russia in a very, very diplomatic manner. Only one point I would like to mention. We are all aware that Genghis Khan's remains were dug out by the Russians, and they were moved and they were buried in unmarked locations, and it became a huge cultural issue because Russia felt that Genghis Khan is a symbol of revival of Mongolian nationalism, and Russia wanted to make sure that his remains are not accessible to Mongolians, because a temple will be built around it, and the nationalist fervor will be fueled by identifying themselves with that remains. So much so that it took years of effort by concerned Mongolian professors and historians, and I think there are a couple of books on that. To trace even the two spears, I'm using a normal English term, spears. I think it's called sult in Mongolian. Genghis Khan had two sults. One was a black one, other one was a white one. And the white one was recovered after so many years of consistent effort by Mongolians, whereas the black one is yet to be recovered even today. Okay, so Russia, the Russian intervention in these dimensions to suppress the nationalism of Mongolians, I'm very sure that it still lies dormant in the Mongolian consciousness. So if Russia really has to work upon Mongolia and becoming a true and good friend, they have to address these cultural issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that comment. Professor, would you like to say something about this or not?
I think you're asking me.
Yes, I am indeed.
Yeah. No, in fact, any country for that matter, Mexico, it's a cultural baggage they carry of imagination of the United States, and any country for that matter. And as I expose myself to Mongolian history, I think they have a strong history of culture, bravery, valor, and empire, and all of that. And the young Mongolians today, they regret that in spite of having a great heritage of culture and great profile, they're today sandwiched. So, maybe this is not the right time where they're able to express themselves, but given the slightest opportunity, as we talked about many of the alternatives like RIC or pluralizing also, all of that, I think the Mongolian national aspiration will get reflected invariably. So culture, history, all of that works out strongly in the national consciousness. That's where I would completely join with Dr. Srinivasan in his observation. Thank you.
I would also like to just add a couple of sentences here. I think it's a good point that you raised with regard to symbolism of Mongolian nationalism. This is indicative of the Soviet Union's approach throughout its existence. When discussions were being made within the Mongolian Communist Party about celebrating anniversary of Genghis Khan, they were very much aware of the blowback that would be received from Moscow. Therefore, these were very much toned down, because the Soviet idea, dominant ideology from Moscow, was that all of these historical figures that were potential national unifying figures, such as Genghis Khan, were, of course, portrayed in the textbooks and in the state-dominated, monopolized media as sort of bloodthirsty tyrants. Another good example of this is actually when you look at the history of Uzbekistan. As part of the Soviet Union, as a constituent republic, Tamerlane was also very much portrayed as this bloodthirsty tyrant who was someone obviously not to be celebrated, but to be abhorred. And that was certainly the case with regard to Genghis Khan in Mongolia as well. But I think you reach a wider point here with regard to the legacy of the Soviet Union in terms of Mongolian nationalism. and I'm not going to go too deep into this, but all I will say is, of course, there are positive as well as negative influences of this legacy. So, for example, if you want to focus on one positive legacy, is of course the tremendous emphasis put on literacy and gender equality, and to a certain extent on industrialization. But of course, looking at the negatives, as Professor Pradhan mentioned, the terrible cultural impact in terms of the destruction of the monasteries, the destruction of faith in terms of Buddhism, and the terrible consequences of Choibalsan's Green Berets, which, according to some estimates, led to 10% of the total population being executed. So, as I said, there are positives and there are negatives, but I don't want to go on further. Again, let me open the floor to anybody else who would like to make a comment, as my good friend Srinivasan has made, or ask a question, or make a contribution to any of the three papers that we've recently heard.
Professor Yigit, if I may intervene, we have actually overshot the first session by 1 hour. So we have 6 more papers to be presented in the second session. So what I would suggest, is that we move on to session 2, and we'll request the speakers to, adhere to 20 minutes. And at the end of which we can have a Q&A, where exchange of ideas can take place. I think that would be better, in my opinion.
I completely agree. I forgot about the time because it's such an enjoyable and such an informative panel. Then, without further ado, let me hand over my chairman's.
I'm completely with you. I'm completely with
you. To Professor Pradhan, I hand over to you, sir, to take care of the Indian Perspectives panel.
Yeah, I will, yeah. Sir, Professor Pradhan, sir, just 1 second, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce Professor Pradhan before he assumes the chair for the second session. Professor Pradhan is obviously the Professor of International Relations at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, BITS Pilani, KK Birla, Goa campus. He is a PhD in International Relations and largely works on political economy. His current teaching and research focus involves international relations, migration and labor market, international trade and development, developmental economics, maritime studies, and blue economy. He has been a member expert for the Commonwealth Fellowship for Economics, has completed 2 ICSSR major projects. He has also delivered several invited lectures abroad in several European and Southeast Asian universities. I must mention Central Asian actually. He also serves as a Political Economy Distinguished Fellow at the Center for Public Policy Research in Kerala. Professor Pradhan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, and I must address you as a soldier professor also.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much indeed. It is a wonderful exchange of ideas, and I think Professor Yigit, Ambassador Trigunayat, and Air Marshal and Dattesh Parulekar, everybody value added and set the stage for the next session to be deliberated. And now we have 5 speakers, and Dr. Srinivasan very carefully, in a very diplomatic way, he has told that we have already overshot by 1 hour. But nevertheless, we will try and do justice, as much justice possible, for the next speaker. So I will not take much time. Let us begin with, we have 5 papers. And let us come for the first paper, Dr. Mukesh Karthik, Department of Political Science, School of Social Sciences, and MS Upasana Lal, Research Scholar, Gujarat University. And the title of the topic is India-Mongolian Relations in the Present Era.
I can see Upasana Lal is on the...
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Give this opportunity for present the paper here. I am very great to feeling because here is a very important person here from India and abroad. Sir, such a thank you so much for giving this chance, sir. And behalf of Mr. Dr. Mukesh Khatik, I am presenting paper here. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I am share my PPT. I want to share my PPT.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Please.
How to share this point and where to share?
You have to go to the arrow.
Arrow, upward looking arrow, fourth from the left.
From the left.
At the bottom. At the bottom of the
yes,
screen.
I can see.
Yeah.
And then, where is the share option, sir?
No, there is a upward looking arrow, the rectangular box.
Click that arrow.
Click the arrow and enter
and
screen. And
window.
then enter window. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. And then share.
Yeah, correct.
Share. Yeah.
I click the share option.
Yes,
you have.
Yes.
But sir, my PPT is not showing.
Upasna, I suggest then you go ahead and deliver your talk. We'll see if.
Main points you can highlight.
Yeah.
So during the discussions we can take it up further.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, sir, just.
Yeah, it is coming. Did you click on the PPT? Unless you click on the PPT, it will not show.
But PPT is not showing on the screen when.
No, PPT is in your desktop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it open?
You have to.
Upasna, keep the PPT open, PowerPoint open, and then you go to this same option and present that screen. You have to click on that PPT, then it will come.
I only am showing that the stop processing, ignore and stop sharing.
No. Stop presenting will go away. Take away. You have to click on the PPT. Open the PPT. Click on that. And then below it will come share. Then you can share.
Wait a minute, sir. I am.
So maybe Upasana will come back to you, and then we'll start with the other presentations. So and when you are ready, we'll again you can come in between. Okay. So may I now invite Dr. Athar Zafar, Research Fellow, Indian Council of World Affairs, New Delhi, and the title of the topic is India's Connect Central Asia Policy. Dr. Zafar, are you there? Dr. Zafar, you are there. We are not able to hear you. Connectivity in Delhi should be great.
He has to unmute, sir. He has to unmute.
Yeah, that's right. Sir, we can see you, but we are not able to hear you. Dr. Jafar, is there any problem? So maybe these are monsoon times in India and some connectivity issues. So can you go for the next paper, and Dr. Jafar and Upasana can come back a little later once they're ready. And may I now invite Dr.
Am I audible
Pravesh?
now?
Yeah, Dr. Jafar, you are audible.
Yes,
So
and visible also.
Yeah, yes, very much. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Dr. R. Srinivasan and the organizers, the School of Politics and Diplomacy, New Vision University, Tbilisi, Georgia, and the Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies for the invitation to participate in the joint webinar on India-Mongolia relations beyond Greater Central Asia. I think it gives a new perspective for us to think engagement of India beyond Central Asia and to reconnect with Mongolia and Eurasia in our north. I also thank Ambassador Anil Trigunayat and Air Marshal Dr. Matheswaran for their valuable insights to further study and research on the Eurasian region. My presentation is primarily focused on India-Central Asia relations and some recent developments. India has varied ties with Central Asia since ancient times. They enjoy deep historical, cultural, and economic linkages. The famed Silk Route and the Spice Route not only facilitated trade and commerce, but also allowed ideas and thoughts to flow free across the regions and beyond, which contributed to sustaining people-to-people relations for centuries. In the past, Buddhism, which originated and grew in India, was welcomed by the people in Central Asia, and similarly, many popular Sufi orders in India have roots in that region. The Shakas, the Kushanas brought the two regions of Central Asia and South Asia under common political control. The linguistic intermingling during the medieval period created a new and unique school called Sabak-e-Hindi, or Indian School in Persian literature. Though the interactions were briefly interrupted by the colonial era geopolitics of external actors becoming active in the region, cultural interactions between India and Central Asia continue. Nevertheless, if cultural linguistic connections bounded the two sides in the past, in the contemporary times, economy, energy security, connectivity for commerce are the prime vectors bringing the two closer to each other. The emergence of independent republics in Central Asia and rise of India as an economy once again gives them an opportunity to re-establish the close engagements they enjoyed in the past. India's relations have been growing at bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels through improving connectivity, better economic cooperation, greater interactions at high political levels, and enhanced people-to-people academic exchanges. Central Asian countries want India to increase its presence in the region. There have been frequent visits between the two sides, not only at the political level, but humanitarian engagement and people-to-people contacts are being strengthened over the years. Multilateral platforms like the C5+1, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, provide an active platform of engagement at various levels throughout the calendar. Many students from India go to Central Asian republics to pursue their medical and other courses, and students from the region come to study in various Indian institutions. In recent years, some Indian institutions have also established educational centers particularly in Uzbekistan. The policy framework. On the occasion of 2 decades of India's relation with Central Asia and to renew and deepen the engagement with the region, New Delhi announced the Connect Central Asia policy during the first India-Central Asia dialogue at Track 2 in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan 2012. The annual India-Central Asia Academic Dialogue brings the academia, practitioners, officials, and business leaders from 5 republics and India to discuss in one of the republics or in India the potential for enhanced cooperation between the 2 sides. The 12-point Connect Central Asia policy provides a wider framework to pursue active political, economic, and cultural interactions with Central Asia at bilateral and multilateral levels. The policy also encompasses relations with regions beyond Central Asia. It has been a decade of the policy launched during an academic dialogue at Bishkek, and it could be an opportunity to assess the progress and achievements made during the period. In this period of when the policy was announced, significant developments have been there. For example, the establishment of India's Central Asia dialogue, which is India C+51 format. It is at the foreign ministers level. And also in this period, India became a full member of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. In recent years, there is growing emphasis from India to increase its engagement with Eurasia. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has renewed emphasis on the country's foreign policy to engage the neighborhood for enhanced economic growth. He undertook an important visit to all 5 republics of the region in July 2015, which helped increase cooperation at political, economic, and cultural dimensions. Nevertheless, despite cordial political relations and sharing the neighborhood, trade has been much below its potential. Trade and economic engagement between India and Central Asia have been hampered due to the lack of direct road and rail linkages, resulting in increased cost and consumption of time and making the goods less competitive. Secondly, Iran provides a viable route between South Asia and Central Asia, but the sanctions on the country cause unpredictability and impact development of this linkage. Further, the restricted visa regime in some countries of the region and limited air connectivity also affect the business visits to the region. Less number of visas means less number of air travelers, making the commercial flights non-viable. Absence of robust financial framework for business transactions is also an impediment. Non-presence of Indian banks in the republics has been affecting the bilateral trade due to delay in processing the financial transactions. In Kazakhstan, a subsidiary of India's Punjab National Bank is present though. Alternatively, this can be addressed like the Indian banks can open branches in the region or by mutual agreement through e-connectivity, a terminal in Indian bank can operate as a bank from the respective country. So we will identify some recent trends in the region. What are the trends that are emerging in the region, which indicate prospects to improve trade and economic relations between South Asia and Central Asia. The Central Asian republics are independent nations for over 30 years now. After the initial phase of stabilization and consolidation, the 5 countries are increasing their political, economic, and cultural cooperation within the region. Things are now changing both within the region and in connectivity with other regions. Some new trends have been identified. First, regional cooperation is new trend. After 3 decades of relative political and security and economic stability and development, Central Asia is now looking at a future that is more integrated and mutually interdependent. Means of inter-country communications are revived or started, allowing better connectivity for the movement of people and goods. The restrictions on borders are relaxed for visitors, allowing thousands of people in the region to cross boundaries daily, and this was before the pandemic. the visa in the region. Now, even there is a talk of a common visa for the entire region for those visiting from outside. It is expected that in the initial phase, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan will issue the common visa, which will be called a Silk Route visa, and later Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan will join. So it is going to ease the movements within the region and going to have huge impact in businesses, tourism, and an overall economy of the region, because visa issued by one country will be acceptable to all republics who will join the visa regime. Interactions at the highest political levels in the region have increased, leading to greater political trust. Region's leaders are ready to work together for reducing the possibility of conflicts within Central Asia. 5 leaders of the region are holding annual consultative summits since 2019 to discuss regional challenges, including borders, water resources, regional security, developing specific programs in trade, economic investment, transport, financial sector, water, energy, and cultural and humanitarian areas, and also formulating a common vision and promoting it within the framework of international organizations. An important dimension of the new trend of greater cooperation in Central Asia that it has been supported by the international organizations, including the UN. The UN has been supportive of the increasing cooperation in the region. UN General Assembly's adoption resolution on strengthening regional and interregional cooperation for peace, stability, and sustainable development in Central Asia region in June 2018, which India co-authored, has undoubtedly created a framework for cooperation of development in the region. And I would like to add here that the regional cooperation is also supported by other countries. For example, Japan has Japan C5+1 dialogue. India has C5+1 dialogue. Russia has C5+. China has also started. So there is a growing support for the regional cooperation in Central Asia. Now, second new trend in the region is engaging Afghanistan. Besides the emergence of greater scope of cooperation in the region, another trend visible is to engage Afghanistan by regional countries. Re-engagement with Afghanistan is also a crucial development from regional perspective. Previously, it seemed that republics did not prefer to deal Afghanistan problem directly. They preferred providing aid, scholarships, and maintained a distance. However, this has been changing. International Conference on Afghanistan entitled Peace Process, Security Cooperation and Regional Collaboration was organized in March 2018 in Uzbekistan to address the problem of Afghanistan. It can be said that it triggered the further actions or talks on Afghanistan like the Moscow format or the direct US Taliban talks. Afghanistan so far was largely seen from the security perspective by the Central Asian countries. Currently, there is increasing focus on integrating Afghanistan in regional economic and transport networks. The initiative taken by Central Asia focuses on inclusive approach and brings all stakeholders on the table of negotiations and peaceful settlement of one issue. Another important development is the initiative taken by Uzbekistan, hosting the President of Afghanistan and Prime Minister of Pakistan at Tashkent in the Central Asia, South Asia 2021 conference last week. Third, the emerging trend in Central Asia is to reaching out to other regions. Regional cooperation effort has the support of all Central Asian countries and was making great strides in the pre-pandemic period. So, following the success of regional cooperation and benefits of enhanced connectivity for the people and economies, the move towards Central Asia and South Asia regional connectivity is a natural corollary. South Asia is a natural choice given its economic and connectivity potential for Central Asia. Further, as There is civilizational linkages. The two distinct regions have interconnected history, cultural bonding, affinity, and it's hardly that this such similarity found in other two regions. They share values of humanism, history, language, traditions, art, culture, and both regions have deep influence over each other in various spheres, and the people have immense goodwill for each other. Countries in the region have launched their own connectivity initiatives. Like in Central Asia, countries have joined the initiatives launched by other countries, including India, but they have themselves launched their own connectivity. They are reaching out to, for example, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan is building a railroad to connect with Afghanistan and reach out to Iran, Indian Ocean. And when we talk about India's connectivity initiative, the subcontinent and Central Asia were prosperous in the past, and it was greatly contributed to by a seamless connectivity facilitating inter-regional trade and economic movement of people. The Central Asian countries became independent in 90s, but even after 3 decades, there is no direct land route connectivity between Indian subcontinent and Central Asia. The role of Pakistan is pivotal in reconnecting the two regions. India has been making efforts to reach Central Asia through different land routes. It constructed the strategic Zaranj-Dilaram highway in Afghanistan. And the road boosts regional cooperation by encouraging new trade and transit through Iranian ports and provides supplementary access of Afghanistan to the sea. Further, India has launched multiple projects or joint existing connectivity logistics initiatives, including Kaladan Multimodal Project, Sagarmala, Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Motor Vehicle Agreement, TIR Convention, Ashgabat Agreement, or creation of integrated checkpost, dedicated air freight corridor with Afghanistan, dedicated railway freight corridor in the country, Chennai Vladivostok Maritime Corridor, India Africa Growth Corridor, etc. Therefore, if Central Asia is connected with South Asia, it will find itself a vast opening to reach out not only to regions in Asia but across the world. The International North-South Transport Corridor is an important initiative and was launched by countries including India, Russia, and Iran, and from Central Asia. The important development is that using this corridor, a train from Finland is traveling as of now, as we are talking now, to India carrying 32 containers loaded with paper-based products of a Swedish company. And it's a milestone in terms of establishing inter-region surface connectivity between South Asia and Eurasia. Countries from South Asia, Central Asia, and Europe are parties to the UN Transports or TIR Convention, which allows movement of sealed containers through signatories' territory. India joined it in 2019. The first consignment under TIR arrived in India from Afghanistan via Chabahar, March 2019. In April 2021, the US aid launched the first pilot shipment to Central Asia under TIR of herbal medicines to Tashkent via Karachi, Kabul, Termez route. Departing Karachi on April 29, it arrived Tashkent on 4 May 2021. The convention's operationalization enhances prospects of India's connectivity and trade with Central Asia, Eurasia, even Europe and Russia. When we talk about cultural connect between Central Asia, it can be a strong impetus of regional inter-region connectivity by way of promoting and boosting tourism. Connectivity in the cultural sphere is very important to sustain linkages in economic and political spheres, which may also
Dr.
be
Jafar, Dr.
Yes.
Jafar, sorry for intervening. If you can conclude.
In how many minutes?
2 minutes.
Okay. So I will just highlight the points. First is that cultural in cultural affairs, we have a strong uh, our heritage, which can be shared. And I would like to quote here, the Prime Minister said in a visit that the confluence of Indian and Islamic civilizations took place in Central Asia. We enriched each other not only in a spiritual thought, but also in medicine, science, mathematics, astronomy. And similarly, a large number of Persian and other manuscripts are available in libraries and institutions across India. Their study can further open a scope for cooperation in understanding history, culture, and polity through literature, as the most notable works like Al-Biruni's Kitabul Hind and Babarnama are marking a millennium and 500 years respectively. It is important that the youth are made aware of the rich and shared heritage of Central Asia and South Asia. And similarly, India has proven capacity in medical fields. It has emerged as a preferred destination for medical tourism. Central Asian people requiring medical attention can explore the treatment facilities available at competitive costs in India. The distance is short between many Central Asian cities and Indian cities. It takes only about 2 and 3 hours to reach to Central Asia. The sector is likely to again pick up once the travel restrictions are eased in the post-pandemic phase. So I'd just like to highlight two brief points. First, there is also growing cooperation at the multilateral level, and India has initiated its own Central Asia +5 dialogue. C5 means 5 Central Asian republics, and one is Afghanistan. So first was held by the then External Affairs Minister, Madam Sushma Swaraj, 2019, and second was held online this year. And secondly, India has also joined the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and since it's a consensus-based organization and the decisions are taken on the basis of consensus, it is very important for India to engage with the region and with the republic. Secondly, there is also SCO has a contact group of Afghanistan, and we know the situation evolving in Afghanistan, and it is possible that the SCO can play some role with reconstruction and development in Afghanistan. And recently, in Dushanbe, the SCO contact group foreign ministers held its meeting where our foreign minister, Mr. S. Jaishankar, also participated. So I would like to conclude that India has economic, security, connectivity, and cultural interests in Central Asia, and its interests also converge with the aspirations of the republics of the region. They considered India as a political partner, economic investor, and a country with friendly people. The republics seek greater engagement of India in their region, and India and Central Asia can cooperate to address the challenges of fundamentalism and extremism with their rich spiritual heritage, particularly through education of youth. The economic relations can be enhanced with better land connectivity and financial links. The establishment of various mechanisms is also increasing the cooperation between India and Central Asia, and also between South Asia and Central Asia. I would like to stop and once again thank Dr. Srinivasan for giving the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Athar Zafar. You covered a wide range of issues from the institutional engagement to infrastructure to soft diplomacy and track 2 and all of that. Now we move to the next paper by Dr. Pravesh. Dr. Pravesh is a research fellow at Vivekananda International Foundation, New Delhi. This is a very strong intellectual center, think tank in Delhi like ICWA, which Dr. Zafar represented. And Dr. Pravesh's topic is situating Tajikistan in India's Central Asia policy, a strategic dimension. Thank you. Dr. Pravesh, please.
Thank you, Chair. Am I audible?
Yes.
Am I visible, sir?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. A very good afternoon to everyone. First of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Dr. Srinivasan and the New Vision University, Georgia, for giving me this opportunity to present my views on India-Tajikistan relations. I'm going to make a presentation titled Situating Tajikistan in India's Central Asia Policy, a Strategic Dimension. In this presentation, I will discuss the Tajikistan's importance for India's Central Asia policy and what are the ways where these two countries can collaborate to enhance the bilateral cooperation on bilateral and on multilateral level as well. So, first of all, I'll give a brief introduction to the region, to the country. Tajikistan is a landlocked country which shares border with China in the east, Afghanistan in the south, Uzbekistan in the west, and Kyrgyzstan in the north. Almost 93% of its territory is rough, remote, and mountainous. The only exception is the Fergana Valley, which is fertile and densely populated. Many rivers like Sea Darya, Zarafsan, Panj, and Vakh are originated in the hilly regions of Tajikistan. And being the upper riparian state, Tajikistan enjoys control over its water resources and has considerable untapped potential of hydropower generation. This is one of the areas where both countries have a lot of potential for cooperation. India's links with the Central Asia can be traced long back before the emergence of the Silk Road, which transported commodities, people, and ideas. However, an overemphasis on the Silk Road narrative has basically ignored the splendor of pre-Silk Road linkages between India and Central Asia. I would go in a slight details of the this linkages that India and Central Asia has in the pre-Silk Road era. The Indus Valley Civilization, which is also known as the Harappan Civilization, flourished around 2500 BC and tended up to the northern Afghanistan bordering Tajikistan. The Hadappans procured materials for craft production in various ways. Uh, to easily access the lapis lazuli, a blue stone that was apparently very highly valued, they established settlements such as Shortughai. Shortughai was a trading outpost of Indus civilization, which was situated far from the Indus Valley itself in far off Afghanistan. Apart from this, the Bactria Margiana archaeological complex, which is also known as the Oxus civilization, is the modern archaeological designation for a Bronze Age civilization in Central Asia. And this civilization is also contemporary to the Indus Valley civilization. It is located in present day northern Afghanistan, includes eastern Turkmenistan, southern Uzbekistan, and western Tajikistan, and centered on the Upper Amu Darya and the Murghab River. So the links between this Oxus and the Indus Valley civilization is well established. Ivory objects and Indus Valley seals have been found during the excavation at the different sites at BMSC. Of all the five Central Asian countries, Tajikistan is geostrategically significant for India. It is called India's gateway to Central Asia, and a narrow strip of Afghan territory, which is called the Wakhan Corridor, separates India from this country. Tajikistan shares 1,357 kilometer long and porous border with Afghanistan. Therefore, it has been prone to the regional security consequences arising from the Afghan region. The diplomatic ties between the two countries were established in 1992, and since then, the consistent bilateral high-level visits have actually given impetus to the bilateral cooperation. Also, India's accession to the Shanghai Cooperation Organization 2017 as a full member has substantiated the regularity in discussion of issues of bilateral and multilateral importance. The convergence of the economic, cultural, and security interests has enhanced cooperation in recent years. There are multiple key bilateral consultative mechanisms through which the cooperation between Indian and Tajikistan is reviewed and discussed. Foreign Office consultation, the Joint Working Groups on Counterterrorism, the Joint Commission on Trade, Defense Cooperation, and peaceful use of space technology for development are some of these mechanisms uh, that are actually doing some uh, uh, significant work. Regular meetings are being held to discuss the progress on some of the projects that has been taken off between the two countries. We while talking about the trade between the two countries, I would, unfortunately, the trade between India and Tajikistan is below 100 million. In 2020-21, it was recorded 55, around 55 million. Indian export to Tajikistan consists of pharmaceuticals, medical preparations, beet sugar, tea, handicrafts, and machinery. Around 25 of the total Tajik market is occupied by the Indian pharmaceutical products. Different types of ores, slags, aluminium, organic chemicals, dry fruits, and cotton are exported to India by Tajikistan. So, India's trade with Tajikistan is below the potential. I think the Indian export market concerning Tajikistan needs to be expanded. And to facilitate the trade and investment with Dushanbe, Indian policymakers have already fashioned some institutional framework, but the outcome has been minimal. As proposed during the India Central Asia Dialogue, first, which was headed by the late Srimati Sushma Swaraj, the India Central Asia Business Council was launched in February 2020 with the participation of apex commercial bodies of respective stakeholders, which also can be seen as a stimulus to the economic engagement. While talking about the investments, we can surely say that there is also a lot of potential that exists. And to enhance the Indian influence, Tajikistan economic enterprising is a precondition. Tajikistan is interested in Indian investment in projects like energy, transportation, agriculture, tourism, commerce, and services. The country offers a lot of untapped investment potential. However, the Indian business and commercial entities, they have been apprehensive about investing in the country due to its tough terrain. Another factor which contributes to the limited Indian investment in Tajikistan and other Central Asian republics as well is a lack of adequate information. Many Indian and Central Asian business people are unaware of the economic and commercial prospects present in these areas. And trade events, fairs, exhibitions, for example, can provide a solid foundation for the growth of entrepreneurship between the two countries. Now I'll talk about the connectivity. Connectivity has been a major challenge for India to get access to the Central Asian countries, and the lack of direct access between India and Tajikistan is also one of the main reasons behind the negligible trade and investment figures. The Chabahar port and the INSTC remain crucial in this regard. Once fully operational, the Chabahar port will enjoy uh, an 8.5 million ton capacity. And to overcome the lack of connectivity and enhance trade between the two countries, Dushanbe has fully supported the Chabahar project, which also provides adequate access to a seaport and makes it possible to enhance the economic and transit potential of Tajikistan. There are already existing infrastructure at the Bandar Abbas port, which India needs to promote to enhance the trade between India and Central Asia. And therefore, also some new avenues to ensure connectivity between the two regions needs to be explored. The experience of the successful operationalization of the India-Afghanistan air corridor can be considered to further facilitate the extension of this corridor to Central Asia. India is engaged in promoting a dialogue on air corridor between the two regions. Both countries may together promote the connectivity initiative for growth, for a greater outreach and a better outcome. It will raise the confidence of the business communities in both countries to take up some fresh trade and investment initiatives. Now, talking about the security convergence that India and Tajikistan have, one of the major component is the convergence of interest in countering terrorism and extremism. Both countries share similar concern, which threatens uh, their secular and multi-ethnic structure. Uh, and both trends and complexities in Afghanistan and Pakistan have security implications for both countries. If Afghanistan again falls to the radical element, Tajikistan would be the next target, and it will also have spillover effects on other Central Asian countries as well. Likewise, radical activities in Afghanistan have also strategic implications for India as well. On the other hand, it would threaten Indian investment in Afghanistan and upsurge the cross-border terrorism in uh, Jammu and Kashmir. The defense cooperation considered one of the main pillars of their bilateral relations. India provides military training to many military officers and cadets from Tajikistan at its National Defense College and Indian Military Academy. India also set up India-Tajikistan Friendship Hospital in Tajikistan near Kurgan Tepe, where Indian doctors and medical staff provide medical care to the civil and armed forces patients. India's cooperation with Tajikistan goes back to the days when both countries had extended support to the Northern Alliance, which were fighting against the Taliban in Afghanistan. Post 9/11, India made a bold strategic move to be militarily present in the region by undertaking renovation work at the Aini Air Base in Tajikistan. This was a part of the bilateral initiative between the two countries, but India's this Indian initiative to take up a military project outside its territory, it could not materialize. The Annie Air Base project was viewed as a sign of India's determination to play a critical role in Central Asian security. However, it was also viewed as part of India's grand strategic thinking to be present at a uh, critical location to monitor the conflict on Afghanistan and the hostile activities by Pakistan. Some media houses, mainly Pakistani and Chinese, they speculated that the fact that India was keen on establishing a military base in Aini, so that to gain a strategic foothold in Central Asia. And for this purpose, it helped Tajikistan refurbish the airbase. Pakistan registered its serious concern to the Tajik embassy in Islamabad regarding this issue, for which Tajik government ensured that India would not use this airbase. The rising instability in Afghanistan in the current situation, it may prove to be crucial in bringing India closer to Tajikistan in security sphere. And now we have a chance to jointly use this airbase to assist Tajikistan with its security challenges arising from the instability in Afghanistan, as Taliban has already taken uh, a lot of territories in Afghanistan, mostly in the northern area. So this will be a potential sector where both countries can cooperate now. Some of the major external factors which impact the India's relation with Tajikistan, I would like to mention here the Russia, China, and Pakistan. China is the major economic partner of Tajikistan. Tajikistan owes around 1.3 billion US dollar to the Exim Bank of China, which is 40% of the total foreign debt of Tajikistan. Chinese debt has also led to some serious consequences, such as the land grab and Chinese military expansion in the country. In 2019, the Washington Post released a report where it was noted that China already had a military base in the Pami region of Tajikistan in the Morghab district. Uh, Chinese expansion is also seen as a major threat to Indian interests. India needs to incentivize the business entities to invest in Tajikistan. Also, expediting the connectivity initiatives may also facilitate India accomplishing its ambition in the country and in the Central Asia region as a whole. Now, talking about the Russia is considered to be one of the major security. You can say the security provider of the Central Asian countries, mainly in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. And Tajikistan is also a member of Russia-led CSTO, and it also hosts more than 6,000 Russian troops deployed to the 201 military base in Tajikistan. Russia holds a strategic position in Dushanbe. However, an increasing Chinese influence in the region, it will ultimately present a challenge to Russian interests. As Moscow is India's trusted partner and
Dr.
all-weather ally,
Pravesh,
this could
Dr. Pra-
also,
Dr.
yes,
Pravesh, if you
just 2
can
minutes.
wind up in next 2 minutes. Yeah, yeah, please,
Just 2
please.
So, as Moscow is seen as India's trusted partner and all-weather ally, this could also help to build a more constructive India-Russia partnership in Central Asia to balance Chinese influence. I'll skip some of the portion here. Now I'll directly go to the conclusion. So, in my conclusion, I would say that when we examine the diverse links that India and Tajikistan have cultivated over the years, we can certainly notice that there exists a mutual trust, respect, and confidence between these two countries. And India-Tajikistan relations have expanded cooperation in diverse fields, but there is still huge scope for increasing and diversifying their partnership. The developments in Afghanistan following the pillar of peace talks and peace talks with Taliban will have consequences for India and Tajikistan. As a result, both countries must work together with other Central Asian countries that share the same concept to address the region's upcoming challenges. India's engagement with Tajikistan is likely to enhance through several factors, including India's role in development of Chabahar Port, INSTC, its membership of the SCO, and increased bilateral relations with each of the Central Asian countries. However, India has to develop a dual approach in dealing with CSR. Firstly, it has to look at the CSR as a part of consolidated geostrategic space that is linked with other regions of Asia. Secondly, India should independently deal with each of the Central Asian countries, considering each republic's socio-political economic peculiarity. This will lead to the success of Connect Central Asia policy in the truth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pravesh. It was wonderful. We had a larger picture, and then we had a India-Tajikistan picture. And then we move to the next picture. There's a slight modification in the program. Next paper is by Dr. Anaga Babu. The topic is the role of soft power diplomacy in India-Mongolia relations. And Dr. Babu is an assistant professor at Kumar Guru College of Liberal Arts and Science, Coimbatore. Dr. Anaga, please, floor is yours.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you, Dr. Srinivasan, and thank you, the New Ocean College, Georgia, New Ocean University, Georgia, for providing me with this opportunity. Quickly, let me just share the screen. So my paper is titled Fiddle, a Hose, and Bodhi Tree Sapling, the Role of Soft Power Diplomacy in Indo-Mongolian Relations. So am I audible?
Yes.
I think the PPT went away. Just a minute, sir. So right from the title, it is understood that I would be talking about the role of soft power diplomacy in Indo-Mongolian relations. I have divided my paper into 4 sections. The first section would quickly look into the sources of India's soft power. The second section would talk about the role of soft power diplomacy in Indo-Mongolian relations. The third section would deal with conclusion and policy recommendations, while the fourth section would look into possible ideas to augment the Indian soft power. I'm not going to engage into this slide because right from the beginning of this session today, we have talked about soft power a lot. And yet I would mention the person behind it, Dr. Joseph Esnai. The sources and variants. When we talk about the Indian soft power, the first thing that people usually mention is Bollywood and yoga, but India do have other soft power variants and sources. The political values that we carry, the economic development agenda that we carry, the Indian culture as such, the heritage as such, the Indian diaspora, the Bollywood, the geography and the tourism potential of India, the science and technology diplomacy, which is the latest variant of soft power diplomacy, sports diplomacy, which we have not actually explored, but it is a good avenue. Similarly, the cuisine or the gastro diplomacy, as we would call it, the fashion diplomacy. We all know that there are certain American leaders who love to flaunt their Nehru quotes. So then you have the Twitter diplomacy, the hug diplomacy, which are all the new variants. Quickly, let me share the map of India and Mongolia. And can anyone quickly tell me what is something that you would find very common to both these countries?
Buddhism.
Yes, but with regard to their positioning in the map and their neighborhood.
Anaga, you go ahead and explain your point, because if you keep looking for answers, you will be taking more time.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe they are both equally in an unhappy neighborhood. And this is exactly why Mongolia, during the visit of the then US Secretary James Baker, while he was greeting the Mongolian parliament, the Great Khural, he came out with a doctrine called the Third Neighbor Doctrine, the Third Neighbor Policy. And it has been mentioned throughout in the session today that how Mongolia has included India in this policy. That is, it is overlooking its immediate neighbors while engaging. But it is a fact that Mongolia cannot forget China in its foreign affairs and relations. Now, Genghis Khan had the plan of attacking India, coming to India, but he was so scared of the hot temperature that he did not do it. And it was through Timur, who was a son-in-law of the direct descendant of Genghis Khan, that somehow you have some Mongolian influence reaching the Indian soil. And after that, through the descendant of Timur, Babur, you have the whole idea of the Mongolian culture coming in to a certain extent, to some extent, as you would say. And I would quickly mention the pet eagle that we hear of, which was with Genghis Khan. It was named Garud. Garud, you could link it with Garud, which we find in the Indian scriptures. Moving on, there was mention about the short history of Mongolia, the book that was written by the former Prime Minister of Mongolia, Anandin Amar. And in this, he has clearly pointed out to various investigations that had been into the history between India and Mongolia. And he has established the doubt that many historians have stated, that whether Mongolia has Indian lineage. And to this, he says that the Mongolian forefathers came from south of Himalayas. And actually, we could say from the south of Himalayas, there was the whole Mongolian culture being transported from India through the prince of this particular Himalayan kingdom during that time. And Aikali is a manuscript, an extraordinary manual of Sanskrit with Tibetan and Mongolian translations. And this has served as a textbook in Mongolian monasteries for centuries. I was disappointed to not hear the mention of Professor Raghuvira while we were discussing about Indian-Mongolian relations, because I believe he, along with M. Dugar Suren, he paved the way to set some sort of ties between India and Mongolia even before the onset of proper diplomatic associations between these two countries. And here in this picture, we would find Professor Raghuvira along with Mongolian Professor Rinchen. This has been directly taken from the archives of the the Indian Embassy at Mongolia. And Professor Rinchen was really agitated with the communists for literally destroying the existing culture and its value in Mongolia. And it was with the help of Raghuvira that he was able to recover certain text and scriptures in Mongolian. And the result was the establishment of an international congress of Mongolistics, of Mongolian studies in 1959 in Mongolia. And all these paved the beginning for soft power diplomacy in Indo-Mongolian association. And as a take, or what you would say, effect of what all that had happened earlier, you would see that when Narendra Modi visited Mongolia in 2015, he presented them with Jami-ut Tawarik, which is considered to be an authentic historical text And this is no more in Mongolia because they have lost certain copies of this. And from India, we were able to present it to Mongolia. And they, in fact, were really happy to receive this. And these are another examples of how the diplomacy, soft power diplomacy works. We could see that in the traditional Mongolian dress deal, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Mongolian Prime Minister are there, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi is receiving Kantaka, the horse from Mongolia. Now, why is this horse named Kantaka? Because it is a deliberative attempt to bring about the Buddhist connection in India and Mongolia, because Kantaka was the name of the horse in which Prince Siddhartha rode. Prince Siddhartha, the pre-monastic name of Lord Buddha. And here we could see PM playing not just an ordinary fiddle, but morinkhur, again a symbol of the culture of Mongolia, because in morinkhur, as it is pointed in the picture, there is an image of horse at the neck of the fiddle. And this again connects directly with the Mongolian culture. The selfie diplomacy really worked, and also Twitter diplomacy, you could take it along with it. The titles that were given for these images were from my friend in Mongolia. Then the other image in which you would see the prime ministers of both the countries talking, it was titled Steeps Pe Charcha. So discussion in steeps, that was how it was referred. So all this clearly shows that the Indian government is deliberately in an attempt to engage in soft power diplomacy with Mongolia. Now, the time that Narendra Modi chose to visit Mongolia in 2015 was very important, because this was the time when Mongolia celebrates the Mini Nadam festival. And Mini Nadam festival, it basically consists of these three events, the sporting events that I have pointed out: horse racing, wrestling, and archery. And the Prime Minister took part in the archery event of the Nadam festival. So there were deliberate attempts to engage with Mongolia. Now, faith diplomacy is the most effective variant of soft power diplomacy through which we could engage with Mongolia. And in his visit, he did visit the Gadam monastery, and here we have Hamba Lama from the Gadam monastery, and he had presented them with the Bodhi tree sapling. And while the Mongolian president visited India in 2019, there were further talks. Apart from the 13 MOU signed, there were talks on how to revive Buddhism and how this connection can be continued in these countries. I'm quickly going through these images, and even while the Mongolian president visited India, the attention and focus was on making him visit almost important cultural icons and symbols in the country. He was asked to visit Taj Mahal, and we took him to Nalanda University, where at one time there were a lot of Mongolian students present. And till now, Mongolia, though not directly, has not been a direct partner in the revival and working of Nalanda University. Talks are on board to get Mongolia along with us. And when we talk about the Indo-Mongolian relations, one major thing to point is to Bakula Rinpoche. This would be the first time when we would have a Buddhist monk as a diplomat. And he played a major role in reviving the Mongolian culture. Now, how did he do this? Because Mongolia was in shatters after the communist rule. It was his deliberate attempts, along with the other Mongolian monks, to revive not only the Buddhist Mongolia, but also the pre-Buddhist Mongolia. It has to be noted that the 18th century is saved because of the presence of the idea of Buddhism. And here I am mentioning about Jepstudamba Kutungu or Kalka Jepstudamba. He is similar to the Dalai Lama of Nepal. Now, he died in India. He worked in India. He died in India. No one ever knew that he was the spiritual or the theocratic leader of Mongolia until he died in 2012. Even Dalai Lama ensured that his identity was concealed. In India, Buddhism has a heaven according to the Mongolian beliefs. Now here, I did mention about how they were connecting the Buddhist Mongolia to the pre-Buddhist Mongolia. Please look at the Vajrapani Bodhisattva, which is here, and look at how the Genghis Khan is represented on the other hand. The image, the structure, the expression are almost as in such imbibed, and Mongolians consider Genghis Khan as, or the Mongolian Buddhists consider Genghis Khan as a reincarnation of the Vajrapani Bodhisattva. Sir, are the slides moving, sir?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Another 3 minutes, you may have to.
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. Sir, is the slide visible?
Yeah, yes, yes, yes.
Is it moving now, sir?
No, unless you move it, it will not move.
Sir, I'm moving it. Is it moving?
No. No.
It's not moving, sir?
No.
And there is this Mongolian culture of, I hope it is moving now, sir.
I hope so. Now it is started moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to move. Yeah, yeah. Yes.
I'm not putting it in the slideshow because I want the images to be seen. Yeah. So this was the Vajrapani Bodhisattva that I was talking about. And here, India played a major role in UNESCO recognizing the habit of Mongolians praying to the mountains. We could take parallels from how things worked in Vedic era for us. And they call this worship as Ovo. I'm quickly moving. And India played a major role in the United Nations recognizing Mongolia, and reciprocating to our good act, Mongolia ensured that we had certain interest of ours put forward in United Nations, and because of this, Mongolia and Bhutan had to face repercussions from Pakistan. Now, when we talk about cuisine, there are a lot to talk about, right, from starting from biryani, but I would just come to one cuisine which is named after Genghis Khan himself, chicken changezi, and works by Kalidasa, texts like Panchatantra, Ramayana, Shakuntala, Ritu Samhara, Kama Sutra, even novels like Gaban, Godan, they are all being translated to Mongolia. Recently, there has been a fallback on Bollywood in Mongolia because Russian is slowly dying out in the youth of Mongolia. And our Bollywood movies are dubbed into Russian for the people in Central Asia to watch. So I think just like how Mahabharata is now played in Ulaanbaatar, the official TV of Mongolia, in Mongolian, I think we have to do the same thing with certain movies also. Amitabh Bachchan is a favorite Bollywood icon in Mongolia. This is a coin that has been excavated from Mathura belonging to the 2nd century BC, which has the inscription of Khagan. Khagan meaning emperor in Mongolia. So which definitely shows that we were engaged in trade and relations right from prehistoric times. And Buddha Jayanti, while it was celebrated in 1956, there were mention of this in the session also. Water from River Ganga was taken to Mongolia to commemorate how the same event was done in 17th century. So Buddhism, we all know, is a major linking factor here. I hope the slide is visible. I'm quickly running through how our relations have been made better. Right from 1961, when a cultural exchange program was established, from then onwards till 2020, the relations have thoroughly taken an upward slide. These are just other cultural symbols on how exactly we conduct a Melody of Ganga program, in which the Mongolian students, they partake in Indian classical dances. They present Indian classical dances and they win prizes. So it is really enthralling to see how the embassy is working there.
Dr. Babu, you may conclude.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And recently, we, along with China and the other countries surrounding Hindu Kush, has been asked by the World Meteorological Organization to take care of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. And this is one excellent opportunity where we can engage with Mongolia. And another aspect, when we talk about sports diplomacy, I'm not going into the history of polo, because polo in its modern form originated in India, present day Manipur. I'm not going into it further. And during the time of Genghis Khan, he ensured that his cavalry played something similar to polo, either on horses or on yaks. And now polo is being revived in Mongolia. So I think it is a very good aspect on which both India and Mongolia can engage. And this is how ICCR has worked. We have translated almost 14 Kanjurs, which is the most sacred text for Tibetan and Mongolian Buddhists. We have translated it, presented it to the Mongolian ambassador. We are about to do the later, and this is done by Dr. Lokesh Chandra, who is the son of Raghuvir, Professor Raghuvir, who we were talking about. Now, I thoroughly believe that India should look into Mongolia not just as a neighbor, but also as a potential emerging power in the region, through which we could engage more with Northeast Asia too. Because Mongolia is always considered a good neighbor by almost everyone in the region. Mongolia does not enter into border disputes. And Mongolia believes in the proverb, a duck is calm when the sea is calm. And the foreign policy of Mongolia is also revolves around it. So it clearly points at what Professor Pradhan was saying, that even a small state can play an active role in contributing to strengthening the regional peace and security. And Mongolia is striding to become a strong soft power. And the recent soft power records do show that India has come down from 27th position to 31st position. And it would be great for India's part to engage in Mongolia in future, keeping all these in mind, faith diplomacy in the first form. Now, let me quickly say that the Mongols may not like the Chinese, but in reality, they cannot live without the Chinese. And while the Mongols love Indians, they can live without India. And this India should remember. And this is how we have to frame our continued attachment and engagements with Mongolia. And we should just not be focusing on strengthening Indian influence, but we should be focusing on stopping the Chinese influence. And I think this could be better done with the nomadic elephant exercise, where we could help the Mongolian army to effectively hamper the Chinese influence in the region. I had a little bit also on augmenting Indian soft power, but I'm not going into it. Thank you for the time. Thank you so much.
Yeah, welcome. Dr. Anaga, thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. A number of questions I'm sure you'll receive. Next, we are moving to another interesting paper on the same theme, India-Mongolia relations, prospects and challenges. It's by Muhammad Maqbul Waghi, who's a research scholar in the Department of Politics and Governance, Central University of Kashmir. Muhammad, the floor is yours. Are you there, Muhammad? Muhammad, are you there?
Sir, I think you can call the next. I'm not seeing his name.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You can call Upasna Lal. She is ready, sir.
Yeah. And then I think Upasna Lal, I think.
Yes, sir.
You there? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Sorry, sir. Thank you for giving me a second chance.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, young people have all the chances.
Yes, thank you so much.
Please start.
Okay, sir.
Upasna, your first title slide is on.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, I am discuss here my paper. Topic is the Indo-Mongolian relation in a present era, and I am including some points here, and sir is share with all participants, and giving some brief introduction. India and Mongolia relation is we all know the India and Mongolia relations is more than 2,750 years old, historical and culturally based, and it is in a good shape. India's positions as a third neighbor give a defined direction to Mongolia's foreign policy traditionally. Mongolians have been neglected in India. Currently, India relations with Mongolia are getting wider, but we can't say that India is taking interest in Mongolia because of China. It has always been India's maintained its political freedom of Mongolia as it was an entire earlier under the influence of the Soviet Union. Now it should not come completely under the influence of China, because the China, we know all know the China is very investment in excess in the Mongolia. However, one must not forget that the democracy and Buddhism are the key element that bind India and Mongolia with the Mongolia. In addition to successfully diplomacy being pursued by the two key elements of bind India and Mongolia, in addition to the successfully diplomacy side towards each other. After Modi took over power in 2014, India's foreign policy has taken new direction, not only towards neighbors but also towards these extended neighborhood. As regards East Asia, since 1993, India's Look East policy had been working well until Modi government took resolute stand to make India's vigorous presence in the region. The result was that the Look East policy was changed into active policy, yeah, we can say Act East policy. With this new policy, Northeast Asia also comes into promises in the India's foreign policy. Mongolia, which belong to the Northeast Asia, become a key country in India active policy, while the India became a key third neighbor country in the Mongolia's foreign policy, and India is a very important role playing in Mongolia's foreign policy. It is also true that China has replaced the Soviet Union in Mongolia. No one country can replace the China in Mongolia because has made a lot of economic promotion, trade and investment in the Mongolia. But Mongolia's public might be impressed by their Axis economic offers. Foreign policies, Mongolia seeks to attain a foreign policy goals in a multi-pillared global environment, sovereignty, national pride, national security, territorial integrity. It is the cornerstone of Mongolia's foreign policy. Mongolia has the diplomatic relation with the 140 countries in the world, having a long life in an external, we can say, Mongolia's foreign policy. Mongolia has a diplomatic relation with the 140 countries in the world, having a long life in an external environment. And
should I move to the next slide? Should I move to the next slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. 1 minute. And as a present East Asia is 93 India look its policy and working well until Modi government took at the result. And then heritage of Indo-Mongolian culture is a important. This should serve as the basis of nurturing and pursuing the future common interest. There is a regular consultation between the National Security Council of India and Mongolian on issue of mutual interest in regional and multilateral affairs, including on the subject of terrorism. In a recent year, the Modi visit to Mongolia, the renewal of defense cooperation agreement is considered to be very important as it may give a boost of Indian foreign policy for engaging with the neighbor of China is move discreet manner. There is no doubt that India and Mongolia is their history and culture have created a background of political, economic, and define the religion in the contemporary period. That is a recent year, especially after Modi visit to Mongolia, the strategic partnership between the two countries has been giving the boost to enhancing their bilateral relationship, which has further been strengthened with the visit of the Mongolian President Patula that to India. This only confirmed that the both sides give the importance to each other in their respective foreign policies. And third one is the diplomatic relation with Mongolia, and it's a very important point to both countries' foreign policies. Diplomatic relation between India and Mongolia was established in 24 December 1995. India was the first country outside the Soviet bloc to establish diplomatic relation with Mongolia. India's role in Security UN member for is acknowledged by the Mongolia people. Mongolia also appreciates for the India's support for its admission to non-aligned movement NAM as a full member in 1991. Year 2020 marked as the 65th anniversary of establishment of diplomatic relations. In January 1956, we had the first Mongolian ambassador in New Delhi, and India Resistance Mission in Ulaanbaatar was opened in 26 February 1971. And then here is some important point we can share. Earlier, the Indian ambassador in Moscow, T.N. Paul, was currently accredited to Mongolia appreciate the Indian support to its membership in a United Nations in 1961, which was campaigned by the Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru in 1991. India's support to Mongolia's membership to non-aligned member NAM, and Mongolia also with the India's and Bhutan co-sponsored famous resolution for the of Bangladesh as independent country in 1972.
First, tell me which slide I should go.
Sir, fourth one. Treaty of fourth one, sir.
Okay.
Fourth one.
Yeah.
Some important treaty. This treaty is playing very important role. And Joint Declaration of 1973 and Treaty of Friendly Relation. According this treaty, the both countries developing equally and mutually beneficial cooperation in various spheres, including political, economic, trade, science, technology, health, agriculture, ecology, culture, education, communication, and terrorism. development of link between two parliaments, government and NGO, and both sides, the cooperation bilateral and multilateral combating international crime, including terrorism, cybersecurity. Mongolia and India have been cooperating with each other in area of cybersecurity domain. Mongolian Prime Minister expressed his appreciation to the India's support to set up a cybersecurity center in Mongolia and economic cooperation, closely cooperation within the framework of the UN and NAM and other international organizations. And some important visits, two countries, India and Mongolia, they're the first ever and historical visit of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to Mongolia on 16-18 May 2015 as a part of Act East policy as proven to be watershed period India and Mongolian relationship. The declaration of the strategic partnership, signing of the 22 points and statement announcement of USD $1 billion LOC for a development of infrastructure in Mongolia. There is a map where the situated the Mongolia and India and between the China.
That I think we finished.
Now you can conclude.
Yeah, sir. I'm just conclude. And they further noted the satisfaction of the continued development of bilateral relation in the framework of a comprehensive partnership based on the deep civilization and historical, spiritual, and cultural linkage, common domestic tradition, and shared desire of regional as well international peace and stability. And political and security partnership, bilateral defense and security cooperations. Some of the important points in Indian foreign policy and Mongolian foreign policy. The two prime ministers noted that the satisfaction increased the high-level exchange between the two countries in recent year, and how this exchange has significantly reinforced the moment of the cooperation between the two countries, and acknowledged to important to maintain the frequency of visit and that bilateral defense and security cooperation. The two prime ministers agreed to continue to work towards further bilateral defense and security cooperation through exchange of high and mid-level visit, regular consultation and dialogue between the Minister of Defense and other relevant organizations, including the National Security Council and military and exchange capacity building, technical cooperation, and special or joint working group of defense cooperation, and also convene annually. Commercial and economic and technical cooperation, and there is a many development and mutually beneficial trade and investment and economic cooperation which balance the sustainable and lead to promise of both countries. India and Mongolia signed MOU for establishment of joint trade subcommittee and cooperation between the Planning Commission of India and National Development Board of Mongolia was signed in 1994. And December 2018, the embassy in with opportunities in India to promote the Indian pharmaceutical, agriculture, dairy, spice, tea, coffee, tourism, and education sector in Mongolia. Holding of two important Buddhist and international conference, Asian Buddhist and Conference on a Peace and Samvad, third, and Buddhism, Hinduism Global Dialogue in Gangtan and Monastery in May and September 1923.
Thank you, Vasna.
And thus, only the and here is to conclude my paper, sir. According my analytical approach, we can say that the richest of relationship between the India and Mongolia is the result of the long-standing people-to-people contact and mutual understanding between the people of both countries, and through the enhancing education and cultural cooperation and common tradition and shared desire of regional as well as international peace and stability, India and Mongolia comprehensive partnership and agree to elevate the level of comprehensive partnership to the strategic partnership. That is the common cause of the international community for the peace and prosperity, allied with the collective interest of two countries and its people. India and Mongolia relationship in present era would be the common new object of the respective foreign policies. Now I am concluding with some words of Rabindranath Tagore, where the mind is without fear, where the mind is without fear, and he had held high, where the knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where the word come out from a depth of truth, where the strive strength in arms toward the perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the desired desert and sand and dead habit, where the mind is led forward by into ever widening about and action in so that have a freedom for my father and let my country work. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Upasana. Thank you very much. Now we move to the last paper of the evening. That is by Narendra Sharma, Research Scholar, School of Inner Asian Studies, JNU, New Delhi. And the title of the paper is India-Tajikistan Relations, from Civilizational Friends to Strategic Partners. Narendra Sharma.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
I would like to thank Srinivasan sir and others for organizing this webinar and for giving me this opportunity. And as sir have told, my title of my paper is India-Tajikistan Relations, from Civilizational Friend to Strategic Partner. As previous two speaker, namely Athar sir and I forgot the name. Someone talked about India-Tajikistan relation.
Dr. Pravesh.
Pravesh sir and Athar sir have talked about the various dimensions of Indo-Tajik cooperation. That also my topic. So my point is, I would like to focus on the security and defense dimensions of Indo-Tajik cooperation. So here my presentation talk is divided in three major parts. The first one, in which I will shortly deal with what are the factors that are driving these ties of cooperation in defense and security between India and Tajikistan. In second part, I will deal with how these ties have been achieved, what is the present status of defense cooperation between two countries. In third, that will I majorly talk about why there is an increased need for the deeper cooperation in these dimensions between these two countries in the wake of evolving situation in and around Afghanistan. So a brief overview goes here like that. Tajikistan and India relations are shaped by shared history, culture, and civilizational links. In modern times, these ties are driven by convergence of geopolitical concerns and interests. Against the rising threats of separatism, cross-border terrorism, and religious extremism, both countries seek greater security and strategic cooperation. Taliban takeover of Afghanistan changed the threat perception, and frequent diplomatic visits between the India and Tajikistan resulted in closer defense cooperation Later on, Indian entry to SCO and new challenges like rising radicalization, state-sponsored terrorism, and now foreign troops withdrawal from Afghanistan and the rise of Taliban have given more impetus to the cooperation in the realms of security, defense, and diplomacy. So these were my part of my first point where I'm trying to make a point that mutual interest concerning peace, security, and stability of Central Asia in wake of above mentioned threats like volatile Afghan situations, along with threats of other religious extremism and rise of new terror groups in Afghanistan have brought the two countries closer in defense and strategic partnership. So these were the factors that brought us together. Now, moving to the second part, my point here would be what we have achieved so far in the terms of defense cooperation. So the defense cooperation primarily resulted from the diplomatic visits that were undertaken. For example, in 2003, Prime Minister Vajpayee visited, in which the framework for mutual geostrategic cooperation was laid down. Again, in Tajik president visited in 2012, which elevated the bilateral partnership between India and Tajikistan to the level of long-term strategic partnership. Again, as previous speakers have also pointed out, in 2015, Prime Minister Modi visited, and thereby he regarded India as the mainstay. Even Tajik president's visit in 2016 that came after the Prime Minister Modi's visit, he regarded India as the mainstay against the forces of terrorism, extremism, and recognized the role of Indian participation for the security, stability, and development in the entire South and Central Asian region. Here, like a major point I would like to make here is in all of the diplomatic visits undertaken, there is an element of defense and security dimensions, defense and security cooperation between the two countries. What are the results? Today, results are we have joint military exercise, defense personnel training, Army airbase, military hospital, defense material supplies, joint working groups on terrorism. All these are the hallmark of this partnership, this defense cooperation partnership. Again, this was the statement made by Honorable Prime Minister in 2015. In which he said, this is as Tajikistan was the last leg of visit to all 5 Central Asian countries. He said, this is the last leg of my visit to all great nations of Central Asia, and as it usually happens, I have saved the most special place for the last one. So it's a nice coincidence that my presentation is also the last one of this conference, so it might be special. And so now I have talked about the defense cooperation. So my third point that majorly I would like to talk about is the question that is the defense cooperation, is the mutual overall relation between India and Tajikistan have been enough, especially in the context of fast changing geopolitical environment in the region and evolving Afghan situation. So in short, my answer would be certainly not. We have to do much more in these situations, and why we have to do more is a part of my bigger question that why there is a need for deeper defense, security, and strategic cooperation between two countries. So in these why there is a need for deeper cooperation, my 3 points I would like to give, 3 factors that are responsible for this need. The first one is I call that is new challenges. Like the first factor would be Afghan factor. there are new challenges. For example, there are emergence of new radical Islamist group like ISI in the volatile Afghan situation, Al Qaeda, rise in cross-border terrorism, and foreign troops withdrawal. So there is an Afghan situation before both Tajikistan and India, and we need cooperation. For example, about the Afghan factor, I would like to mention one point. In the earlier when Taliban war was Mujahideen and Taliban going on, especially in Kargil war, the Afghan factor played a major role. At the same time, the Mujahideens and other terrorist group working from the Afghanistan have participated in Kargil war as well as in the Tajik civil war. So this is a mutual security concern for both India and Tajikistan, and this is why we need to cooperate more with Tajikistan in terms of defense and security, especially when the same situation is again there in the region. So this was my first point regarding the Afghan factor as why we need deeper cooperation. So this is not limited, the Afghan factor is not limited to, for example, India and Tajikistan. Afghan factor have spillover effect to, for example, Uzbekistan, China, Iran. So these countries can cooperate in the overall framework of especially SCO to overcome this security problem in the Afghanistan. My second point about why we need deeper cooperation with Tajikistan in terms of defense and security dimension is Pakistan factor, because Pakistan is playing its dirty war of promoting cross-border terrorism, and most of these terrorists will find safe havens in Afghanistan in the situation that currently it is in. So this is also and also we have another worry that China's growing economic and strategic ties with Pakistan is also a factor that why we need the like-minded countries in Central Asia like Tajikistan and other Central Asia and Russia to counter this China-Pakistan nexus. Third factor that I would like to talk about why we need better cooperation with Tajikistan is the geopolitical equations. For example, Pravesh sir talked about the China-Pakistan axis, and there again can be a China-Pakistan and Russia axis if there is possibility of we moving more towards the USA. So this is the changing geopolitical, especially China-Pakistan axis, we must be worried about. And so here I have pointed out why about my question why we need deeper cooperation is the Afghan factor, Sino-Pak factor, new geopolitical equations that are emerging in especially after the withdrawal of foreign troops withdrawal from Afghanistan. So all these factors necessitates the deep cooperation in defense and security, and how to overcome various structural hurdles earlier speakers pointed out, like connectivity and policy hurdles, and we have to show diplomatic proactiveness to strengthen these ties. In the conclusion, I would like to say that I believe emphasis on having close historical, cultural, and civilizational and trade ties between the two countries, and also between India and Central Asia, needs to be matched by significant improvement in economic and trade relation, which is hindered by connectivity issue as we have talked about. Proactive diplomacy is the need of hour to address the issues of connectivity, ensuring stability, security, and peace in the region, along with economic prosperity via human resource development, shared knowledge, and innovation. Both countries need to build a long-term strategy and secure their national interest by curbing the means of separatism, cross-border terrorism, and religious extremism emanating from Pakistan and Afghanistan, which equally inflicts harm on India and Tajikistan. In Tajikistan, especially in the Gorno-Badakhshan region, in India, especially in the Kashmir region. There are immense opportunities and challenges before the two countries, but sustained and close cooperation in diplomatic, trade, defense, and security arena will certainly move the relations between the two countries to new heights, especially in the evolving Afghan situation right now. As there are many challenges, but as Bedil, Tajik poet, has urged, the sea of time and place for you is but one gulf limit, not over boundless imagination. So we have to work out these factors, have to study these factors to overcome the problem that is emerging in the region. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Upendra Sharma. All the best for your PhD work.
Thank you, sir.
And yeah, now it was a wonderful session. All the young scholars and faculties, they spoke about various dimensions of India, Mongolia, India, Central Asia, engagement processes and profile. And Dr. Zafar took a larger picture of the landscape view of India and Central Asia. And Dr. Zafar, your institution, ICWA, Indian Council for World Affairs, is a gateway towards that. So Ambassador T.C. Raghavan is well equipped to open up a series of dialogues and inroads into Central Asia. And thankfully, ICWA is doing also a wonderful job. And even Vivekanand Foundation is also opening up forums in many such ways. It was wonderful. And Dr. Pravesh talked about India, Tajikistan, and Dr. Anaga Babu, I think, heavily spoke on soft power diplomacy, where he talked about finer things like culture, Buddhism, or the finer aspects of Buddhism which tie India and Mongolia together. Upasana, you have to slightly improve. Please don't mistake. We are little seniors to you in the field, and organize your slides properly so that youngsters are more technology friendly. But your content was good. And finally, Upendra Sharma, and your you covered it well. JNU has good training, so naturally you have the background of it. Just to to conclude, now it is a big change that is happening at the international space. We had the Cold War, and at the end of it, Soviet Union collapsed. A lot of disintegration. So whole of Eurasia or Central Asia and all of that is going through a lot of transition changes and all that. Then we have the rise of China, and rise of China is not a small development in the international system. It emerged with a lot of economic ability and correspondingly aspirations and all of that. And China is everywhere today. It is in India, it is in Central Asia. If you go to Central Asia, I think most of the shops, establishments, and contracts are all executed by the Chinese. And there, the region is, the Russians feel that Central Asia always belong to them, so they will continue to have their influence there. So you have a dimension of Russia and China playing in Central Asia and Mongolia, all of that. That's a reality. We cannot wish it away. Many of the powers are aspiring to open their engagement to the region, and India is a big aspirant in that. We are wanting foothold onto that. Pakistan, sitting right in the middle of it, wants to halt all possible India's ambition into Central Asia, and so they wouldn't give us land corridor. And that's what we are looking at. Chabahar port in Iran, through which we can enter into Afghanistan, and from there, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and all of that will be open to us. But then Iran, Chabahar port, Iran itself is in great under sanctions, looking for anchors. India, Iran, they are all civilizational friends, but Iran wants more than friends. Iran wants a strategic anchor who will provide it strategic depth against the Americans. against the European powers. So Iran looks far more, and India is not in a position to deliver that. So we are stuck at Chabahar, and also Afghanistan more and more entering into a boiling point. I think the games are becoming far more conflict-ridden. But in the long distance, if you look at it, the transition is happening in a more deeper way. Deeper way, in a sense, the world order is beginning to be more pluralized. There's a democratization that is emerging, and there will be several poles, several groups of countries, cluster countries that are emerging to influence, create their own influence in the international system. And that's where, in the long distance, I feel that there will be greater ways of engagement, greater economic interactions, productivity, connect and contact and tourism and all of that. I think world order possibly will be more pluralized, multilateralized, and that's where civilizational countries like India, who are democratic in character and not predatory in behavior or foreign policy choices, have a greater or larger scope of being friends to many countries in the region. And that's where India, Central Asia, and Mongolia, I see the next 2 decades, things are going to be far more impressive. With these words, I hand over the session to Dr. Srinivasan for the proceedings to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pradhan. I mean, you summed it up so beautifully. I have no more words to add to that. And in fact, Professor Yigit has some points to share, including some aspect which we had discussed between the two of us for some future undertakings. So I will request Professor Yigit to give the concluding remarks as well as share those points. Thank you, Professor Yigit.
Thank you very much indeed. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everybody who's participated today, because I think it's been a very fruitful discussion. I thought that both panels were equally engaging and highly informative. I actually do have 1 or 2 questions that I wanted to ask myself, but I'm going to email the participants to ask them individually about that. I must say that I think this has been a very, not only interesting, but a very useful webinar. One, of course, would like to get the opportunity to meet in person, and hopefully when we're over the coronavirus episode, that we will be able to meet physically and exchange our ideas and opinions and arguments face to face. So again, as I said, I would like to thank everybody who's participated, who's presented, who's commented and asked questions. And given the opportunity that I have now in addressing all of you, I would like to share with you our ideas that this was an initial exercise, but we do have other themes in mind within which we want to explore. It's still going to be within the realm of Greater Central Asia. It's going to involve the actors that we've looked at so far. Of course, that's India, Mongolia, and the Central Asian states and beyond. So please bear with us. But we are planning, alongside my good friend, Srinivasan, and the Electronic Journal of Social and Strategic Studies, and my own university, New Vision University here in Tbilisi in Georgia. But in the autumn and beyond, we are hoping to come up with some vibrant themes and topics that we would like to welcome you to contribute to, and others as well. And before I finish and hand over to Srinivasan, I really would like to remind everybody who's here to please make sure that you do send in your full text articles, if you have not done so already, as soon as you can. Why do I say this? Because I think the information that we received is highly valuable, and once it's on paper, obviously it's going to be a wonderful opportunity to collect and publish, so that this can be shared with the rest of the epistemic community. Therefore, once again, I want to express my gratitude for everyone, for all of the people who have put efforts into this, because this has not just been an exercise between our two institutions, but there are many other individuals involved in this. So thank you very much for everyone. This is only the beginning of the journey. We look forward to seeing you again, if not in person, then in virtual environments. So without further ado, thank you very much, and over to Srinivasa.
Thank you, Professor Yigit. In fact, I must actually chronologically, I think I should thank people chronologically, but before doing that, I see one Dr. Hemlata Sharma on screen, and I see A.G. Babu. I presume he's also a professor. Is there something that you would like to mention, Dr. Hemlata or Professor Babu?
So actually, thank you. I did not know that it is going on. I just found the link and I accepted, and I am really thankful to all of you, because it is a very good session. Actually, I would like to know if there is any other session, and actually I have no, I know Pradhan sir, but I have no मतलब मेरा उनका कोई कनेक्शन के लिए उनका मोबाइल नंबर या आप लोग का कुछ नहीं है, तो मैं एक्चुअली क्या मैं मुझे मिलेगा आप लोग का कोई मोबाइल नंबर ऐसा, if I can get the mobile numbers of all of you, sir, so that I can join again.
Dr. Hemlata, where are you connecting from?
I am from Assam, sir.
Okay,
Assam.
okay. I had sent it to some of my friends in Assam, so maybe through that source. Okay.
Yes, sir. But sir, may I get your phone number, sir, so that
Dr. Hemlata, I have put my mobile number on the chat box. You can just note it down.
Oh, okay, okay, sir. Thank you, sir. I will collect it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Babu, I'm seeing A.G. Babu. So, would you like to say something?
Good evening for everyone, and I'm really happy and really thrilled because from my early school days, I have read about the Mongols from Marco Polo's travels and from the history books, and I really wonder how far and how much we have traveled from those days to up to now. People like you are conducting and going into the intricate diplomatic alleys and areas where we were not able to travel or just have a peek in our earlier times. It was really, really very enterprising, and I really congratulate you all. And definitely, if there are more things like it, I'll definitely be respected and viewer. Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome, sir. Where are you speaking from, sir?
I'm basically a Keralite, and I'm a journalist also. I at present teaching students journalism, and my interest in this is quite academic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for this.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Captain Baigal, would you like to Bengali?
Pardon?
Yes.
Oh, no, sir.
Thank you very much. So, as a PhD student, I learned a lot. It was very informative and valuable. So thank you so much. Next time, I hope I'll join the participant or speaker. So thank you very much.
Where are you joining from, ma'am?
Now I'm in Mongolia. Due to COVID-19, last year I came back to Mongolia. So I'm still stuck here. So waiting to go back to India.
Oh.
And Professor Pradhan, she is coming to Pilani for her PhD.
Wow. Okay, welcome.
Yeah. Welcome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, good to connect with somebody directly from Mongolia. You have the field experience. You have the. Now we are talking about your country, so naturally,
yes. It was very good to hear everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain Bigali. I said I will thank people chronologically, so I have to start with my dear friend Professor Yigit, because it just happened that we struck up a conversation on mail, and then it developed into this webinar. And Professor Yigit was actually, I will say, too far ambitious. Actually, he wanted to take on all the 16 countries in the Central Asia for one webinar. Yeah, because he had traveled extensively, he has taught in Central Asia, so obviously I don't. I mean, like his understanding of that area is much more crystal, I'll put it that way. So then we decided that we'll start with this India, Mongolia, and slightly step outside Mongolia also towards Kazakhstan, Tajikistan and all. And as he mentioned, we are planning another session which will focus on, if I may use the term, Central Asia. Okay, then we will move to Eastern, Central Asia. I'm again using Central Asia as a fulcrum. Western Central Asia, I'll put it that way. So we are planning those sessions, and I will keep everybody intimated, okay, because I have all your emails and your numbers also. Therefore, I must dutifully start my big thank you with Professor Sureyya Yigit. I suppose friends don't like to be thanked, but it's my duty. Okay, it's my duty, and it's a pleasure, sir. I mean, having you part of this initiative, and I deeply appreciate it personally and as the journal, both ways. And insofar as Professor Pradhan is concerned, again, he's a very dear friend. I mean, no words to say because he is always there with me. Okay, in all this thing, and we keep exchanging a lot of ideas and discussions. We already held one round of webinar actually on Indian foreign policy. Okay, and we are also planning one more. And Ambassador Anil Trigunayat again was very kind, and with his Mongolian experience of being on ground as the first deputy ambassador, I don't think we could have asked for anyone else, other than, of course, Rinpoche Bakula. So it was a wonderful thing to have Ambassador Anil Trigunayat share his first-hand experience. And of course, Marshal Matheswaran, I had the privilege of serving with him. And he is a soldier scholar, or scholar soldier, whichever way you want to put it. And a very, not only a learned man, but a man with a greater understanding of international relations, geopolitics, and the security dimensions. So it was a pleasure having him share his thoughts. And of course, each and every one of you who has spoken today, you have shared such valuable thoughts. I can't thank you enough. And let me share one small this thing with you, that I'm going to listen to all your talks individually. I have the privilege of having the recording. So I will listen to each and every one of your talks and then note down the points for my own education. And I truly stand educated. I'm sure all the people who had attended today also benefited from the cross spectrum of views that were, like Dr. Stephen spoke about, from the views from down under, down south. From there to Professor Sureyya, of course, and Professor Pradhan, and all the distinguished speakers today had shared such valuable insights. I would like to conclude by saying that not just Mongolia, I think Central Asia calls for greater attention, study, understanding, and of course, enhancing our cooperation as nations. I'm sure it will happen. This kind of initiatives will provide fillip to it. I'm very confident about it. And as Professor Yigit mentioned, please send in your papers if you have not sent it to me, because we are going to edit it and put it as a special issue for making it available to the larger academic community and the scholarly community. It will be a great value addition, because you are aware that India needs that kind of knowledge. We need perspectives, we need understanding, we need deeper insights. And this kind of compiled special issues will facilitate it. And so saying, I would like to wish you all a very pleasant evening. In India, it's still afternoon for Professor Yigit, I suppose. Yeah, so wish you a pleasant afternoon, Professor Yigit, and to my friends here from India, have a pleasant evening. Pleasure meeting you, and we hope to meet you again.
Thank you, sir.
Professor Sureyya, you are in Tbilisi?
Actually, I'm in Istanbul at the moment. I'm flying to Tbilisi tomorrow.
Oh. Now, I have been to Tbilisi to this Java